Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog arrived that November evening, as it always did in London, uninvited, unapologetic, wrapping itself around gas lamps like a grey shawl seeking warmth. It pressed against the windows of 221B Baker Street with the persistence of a neighbour who knows your home, muffling the clatter of hansom cabs below and turning the city into something softer, slower, as if the entire metropolis had agreed to speak in whispers. Inside, the fire in the hearth crackled with a rhythm that seemed almost conversational, each pop and hiss commenting on the cold, creeping through the floorboards. The scent of burning coal mingled with the ghost of Mrs. Hudson's afternoon tea, bergamot and something sweeter, perhaps honey, and underneath it all the faint mustiness of old books and older newspapers stacked in corners like forgotten guests. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, one long leg crossed over the other, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that particular arrangement that Watson had come to recognise as either deep contemplation or profound boredom. The detective's grey eyes, sharp as cut glass even in the amber firelight, traced patterns in the ceiling plaster, as if reading something written there in a language only he understood. He had been like this for nearly an hour, motionless, silent, breathing so slowly that Watson had glanced over twice to confirm he was still awake. The evening stretched between them like a cat, lazy and content, punctuated only by the ticking of the mantelpiece clock and the occasional settling of coals in the grate. Watson sat opposite, his medical journal open on his lap, though he'd read the same paragraph about typhoid treatments 3 times without absorbing a single word. His pipe had gone out 20 minutes ago, but he kept it between his teeth anyway, a familiar weight, a small comfort against the November chill that seemed determined to seep through wool and waistcoat alike. Outside, London carried on its evening business in muted tones, the distant call of a street vendor selling chestnuts, the clip-clop of horses fading into the fog's embrace, the low rumble of the city breathing in and out like some vast, sleeping creature. It was the kind of night that invited stillness, that wrapped around the mind like warm flannel, and suggested that perhaps nothing of consequence would happen at all. Watson had nearly convinced himself of this, had nearly surrendered to the pleasant drowsiness settling over him like November's first frost when the knock came at the door. Not Mrs. Hudson's familiar rap, 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 nor the hesitant tap of a potential client. This knock carried authority, a sharp double strike that made the door itself seem to stand straighter. Holmes's eyes flickered toward the sound and something shifted in his expression. Not quite interest, not quite amusement, but something that lived in the space between the two. He unfolded himself from the chair with the languid grace of a man who'd been waiting for precisely this interruption, as if he'd heard it coming through the fog long before it reached their door. "A government messenger," Holmes murmured, already moving toward the hallway. "Foreign Office, if the cadence is any indication. They train them to knock with purpose, as if urgency can be transmitted through oak and brass." Watson set his journal aside, his military instincts stirring beneath the comfortable lethargy of the evening. The Foreign Office didn't send messengers to Baker Street for trivial matters. They sent carefully worded letters delivered during reasonable hours, or if circumstances demanded, they summoned Holmes to them. A messenger at this hour, through fog thick enough to lose one's sense of direction 3 steps from one's own door, suggested something that couldn't wait for morning's light or propriety's schedule. The young man who entered had the look of someone who'd been walking through London's November for longer than strictly comfortable. His uniform coat dark with moisture, his cheeks ruddy with cold, his breath forming small clouds in the warmer air of the sitting room. He carried himself with the rigid bearing of those employed by Her Majesty's government, but his eyes held a flicker of relief at finding himself somewhere warm and dry. He clutched a leather document case against his chest like a shield, as if it contained something more precious than paper and ink. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" he asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Everyone who came to this door knew who they'd find on the other side. Holmes nodded once, a gesture that managed to be both welcoming and impatient. And you've come from Whitehall, through considerable fog and no small inconvenience, bearing something that couldn't wait until morning. Do come in properly. Mrs. Hudson will never forgive me if you drip on her good carpet." The messenger stepped fully into the room, producing an envelope from the document case with hands that trembled slightly, whether from cold or the weight of his errand. Watson couldn't quite determine. The envelope itself was cream-coloured, heavy paper of the sort that announced its importance before a single word was read, sealed with red wax that bore the unmistakable impression of the Foreign Office. Holmes took it with the delicacy of someone handling a sleeping bird, turning it over once in his long fingers before breaking the seal. The fire popped particularly loudly as Holmes read, and Watson watched his friend's expression shift through several subtle gradations. Mild interest giving way to something sharper, more focused, like light bending through a prism. The detective's eyes moved across the page with the swift precision of someone reading not just words, but the spaces between them, the weight of what wasn't said alongside what was. When he finished, he read it again, slower this time, then held the letter toward the firelight as if the flames might reveal some hidden message written in sympathetic ink. "Well?" Holmes said finally, his voice carrying that particular quality it took on when a puzzle presented itself, something between satisfaction and hunger. "It seems the fog has brought us more than damp and melancholy tonight." He handed the letter to Watson, who read it with growing unease. The prose was formal, bureaucratic in that particular way government correspondence always managed, saying everything while somehow revealing nothing, but the essential facts emerged like rocks at low tide. Sir Reginald Ashworth, a mid-level diplomat attached to the ambassador's staff in Vienna, had vanished during Venice's Carnival festivities. He'd been attending a masquerade ball at the Palazzo Contarini, had been seen by multiple witnesses throughout the evening, and then, sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning, had simply ceased to exist. No body, no ransom demand, no clear reason for disappearance, just absence where a man had been, as if Venice's famous fog had reached up and swallowed him whole. "The timing troubles them," Holmes said, accepting the letter back and folding it with careful precision. Ashworth wasn't in Venice for pleasure. He'd been dispatched to observe certain delicate negotiations regarding Mediterranean trade routes. Nothing that would make the newspapers, but the sort of thing that keeps Foreign Office clerks awake at night, wondering who might be listening at keyholes. Watson frowned, his mind already turning over the implications. "You think his disappearance is connected to these negotiations?" "I think the Foreign Office believes it might be, which amounts to the same thing from our perspective. They want someone who can navigate both the social complexities of Venetian carnival season and the rather murkier waters of international intrigue. Someone who won't arrive with an entourage of officials and thereby announce to anyone paying attention that His Majesty's government is concerned." Holmes smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Someone, in other words, who can wear a mask as well as any Venetian." The messenger cleared his throat softly, drawing their attention back to his presence. "I'm waiting for your response, sir, and if you're amenable, there's a train departing Victoria Station at 6:30 tomorrow morning. First-class compartment reserved, all arrangements made." Holmes glanced at Watson, one eyebrow raised in silent question. It was a gesture Watson had seen countless times, an invitation disguised as inquiry, and the answer had always been the same. Besides, November in London held little charm beyond familiar fog and the prospect of Mrs. Hudson's excellent but increasingly predictable dinners. Venice in carnival season, even with a missing diplomat and possible international complications, promised at least a change of scenery. "Tell them yes," Watson said, refilling his pipe with tobacco that smelled of apples and autumn. "Though I don't suppose they've mentioned anything about who else might be interested in Sir Reginald's whereabouts." "Ah," Holmes said, retrieving a second sheet of paper from the envelope, this one less formal, covered in smaller, hastier handwriting that suggested it had been added at the last moment. "Here we have something more interesting. A telegram forwarded from the Vienna embassy, sent by Ashworth 3 days before he vanished." He read aloud, his voice dropping into a theatrical whisper that would have been amusing under less serious circumstances. "Masks within masks. Everyone here wears 2 faces. Trust no one's appearance. The carnival hides more than revelry." The fire settled lower in the grate, casting longer shadows across the sitting room's familiar furniture. Outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in its depths, a church bell tolled the hour. 9 deep notes that seemed to travel through cotton before reaching their ears. Watson felt the evening's comfortable drowsiness evaporate entirely, replaced by the old, familiar tightening in his chest that came before embarking on one of Holmes' cases. The thrill of it, yes, but also the uncertainty, the sense of stepping from solid ground into something less defined. Masks within masks, Watson repeated, testing the phrase. Rather dramatic for a diplomatic cable. Rather dramatic for a man who, according to his Foreign Office file, prides himself on measured understatement, which suggests he was either genuinely alarmed or wished someone reading his correspondence to believe he was alarmed. Both possibilities have their uses. Holmes turned to the messenger, who'd been standing patiently by the door, looking increasingly desperate to return to whatever warm office had dispatched him. "Tell your superiors we accept, and have someone wire ahead to Venice. We'll need contacts at both the British consulate and the questura. Someone who knows the city's carnival traditions and won't faint at the mention of international intrigue would be particularly valuable." The messenger nodded, relief evident in the slight relaxation of his shoulders, and departed with the same purposeful efficiency he'd arrived with, leaving Holmes and Watson alone once more with the fire and the fog and the prospect of tomorrow's journey. Watson moved to the window, pulling back the curtain to peer into the November darkness. The street below was almost invisible, the gas lamps reduced to fuzzy halos of amber light that barely pushed back the grey. A hansom cab rattled past, its horse's hooves muffled, the driver hunched against the cold like a question mark in motion. Somewhere out there, London continued its vast, intricate dance, a million souls moving through fog and firelight, each carrying their own small mysteries, their own masks worn for the world's benefit. "Venice," Watson said softly, more to himself than Holmes. "I haven't been since that business with the Doge's emerald," which you never wrote up, much to posterity's loss. Holmes had returned to his chair but sat forward now, energised in a way he hadn't been all evening. His long fingers drummed against the armrest in a rhythm that matched nothing Watson could hear. Venice in February, during Carnival, is quite unlike Venice at any other time. The city puts on its own mask, becomes something both more honest and more deceptive, everyone in disguise, everyone performing some version of themselves. For a detective, it's rather like trying to read a book where every page is written in a different hand. "And for a man trying to hide?" Watson asked. "Or a man trying to hide the fact that he's hiding?" Holmes smiled properly this time, a sharp expression full of teeth and anticipation. "Well, that's what makes it interesting." Mrs. Hudson appeared then, as she always seemed to when tea was needed, carrying a tray with the good china and biscuits that Watson suspected she reserved for evenings when she sensed adventure stirring in her lodgers. She set it down with a meaningful glance at the open window. Watson closed it sheepishly, and departed with a gentle reminder about the early train and the necessity of proper sleep before international travel. They drank their tea in companionable silence, the sweetness of honey on Watson's tongue mixing with pipe smoke and the lingering scent of fog that seemed to have taken up permanent residence in the sitting-room's corners. Holmes produced a worn atlas from the bookshelf and spread it across the table, his finger tracing the route they'd take. London to Dover, across the Channel, through France and over the Alps, descending at last into the Venetian lagoon, where canals replaced streets and masks replaced faces. "Tell me," Watson said as the clock struck 10 and the fire burned lower, "what do you suppose Sir Reginald Ashworth found in Venice that frightened him enough to send such a cryptic warning?" Holmes closed the atlas and steepled his fingers once more, his grey eyes reflecting firelight like chips of amber. "I suppose," he said slowly, "that we shall have to go and ask the masks themselves." The train journey from London to Venice possessed a particular quality of dreamlike progression, as if they were travelling not merely across geography, but through layers of the world itself. The grey, fog-wrapped morning at Victoria Station gave way to the frost-touched countryside of Kent, where bare trees stood like sketches against pale winter sky. Then Dover's white cliffs, gleaming even under February's muted light, and the Channel crossing. Watson stood at the rail, tasting salt on his lips, watching England recede into mist while Holmes remained in their cabin, consulting maps and the thin file the Foreign Office had provided on Sir Reginald Ashworth's last known movements. France passed outside their window in shades of brown and silver, fields lying fallow under winter's governance, villages clustered around church spires like children gathering near a fire. The train's rhythm became a kind of meditation, the steady clack, clack, clack of wheels on rails lulling Watson into a state somewhere between waking and sleep. Holmes dozed occasionally, or appeared to, though Watson suspected his friend's mind never truly rested, merely shifted into some lower gear, processing and cataloguing even in apparent repose. They changed trains in Paris, barely glimpsing the city beyond the station's iron and glass cathedral ceiling, and again in Milan, where Holmes purchased a newspaper and read it with the intensity of someone decoding scripture. 3 other diplomats have made inquiries about Venice's carnival season in the past month, he murmured, folding the paper with precision. All from different nations, all ostensibly for pleasure. One wonders what sort of pleasure requires such coordinated timing. The Alps rose before them like a wall built by gods who'd tired of humanity's wandering. Snow-peaked, magnificent, indifferent to the small iron snake winding through their valleys. The air grew thinner, colder, even inside the heated compartment. Watson watched sunlight strike the mountains and transform them into something almost unbearable to look at directly. Too bright, too pure, as if the snow held captured starlight and was slowly releasing it back to heaven. In the valleys below, villages clung to slopes like barnacles, smoke rising from chimneys in thin grey threads that dissolved into the vast Alpine sky. Then descent, gradual at first, then more pronounced, the landscape softening as they dropped toward the Venetian plain. The mountains gave way to foothills, then to flatlands where winter wheat showed green against dark earth, and farmhouses stood square and solid, their terracotta roofs the colour of dried blood in the afternoon light. The train picked up speed, eager now, rushing toward the coast like a child running home. Venice announced itself first through absence, the sudden lack of solid ground, the way the train tracks seemed to float above shallow water, held aloft by bridges and embankments that turned the journey into something miraculous and slightly unnerving. Then the lagoon proper, stretching grey-green in all directions, dotted with wooden pilings that marked channels only gondoliers could navigate with certainty. The light changed here, became softer, reflected and re-reflected off water until the air itself seemed to glow from within. Watson pressed his face close to the window, watching small islands drift past, some crowned with churches or monasteries, others just humps of land where waterbirds roosted in patient multitudes. The city itself rose from the lagoon like a collective fever dream made solid, all terracotta and cream-coloured stone, bell towers punching up through the horizontal sprawl of buildings that seemed to rest on water rather than earth. The train slowed as it approached Santa Lucia station, and Watson could hear, even through glass and the train's mechanical rumble, the sound that would become Venice's constant music. Water lapping, always lapping, against stone and wood, a liquid whisper that never ceased. They disembarked into late afternoon chaos. The station swarmed with travellers, vendors, porters shouting in rapid Italian that cascaded over Watson like a waterfall. Beautiful, incomprehensible, urgent. Holmes navigated through it with the confidence of a man who'd studied maps thoroughly enough to walk streets he'd never seen, pausing only to engage a porter whose weathered face suggested decades of hauling wealthy tourist luggage through impossible Venetian geography. And then they were outside, standing at the top of steps that descended directly into water, where gondolas clustered like sleek black beetles, their ferro prows gleaming in the slanted winter sunlight. The smell hit Watson immediately, salt and seaweed. Yes, but also something older, richer, a scent of stone that had been soaking in seawater for 1,000 years, of canals that never quite flushed themselves clean, of fish markets and incense from nearby churches, of coffee and grilled polenta drifting from cafes whose outdoor tables stood empty in February's chill. "We go to San Marco? Ignore?" The gondolier who'd claimed their luggage spoke English with a thick accent that turned vowels into something rounder, softer. He was perhaps 50, his face creased by weather and water-reflected light, his hands rope-scarred from years of working the oar. His gondola rocked gently in its mooring, black paint so deep it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the cabin in its centre upholstered in worn red velvet that had seen better decades. Holmes nodded, producing coins that made the gondolier's weathered face crack into a genuine smile, and they stepped down into the boat with the careful balance required of those unaccustomed to surfaces that moved beneath them. Watson settled onto the velvet seat, feeling the gondola dip and sway, finding its equilibrium with their added weight. The porter handed down their luggage with practiced efficiency, and then the gondolier pushed off, his single oar dipping into green water with barely a splash. Venice unfolded around them like a book written in architecture and water. The Grand Canal swept in a great backwards S through the city's heart, lined with palazzos that ranged from magnificent to merely beautiful, their facades painted in shades of pink and gold and coral, their windows tall and narrow and darkly gleaming. Balconies overhung the water, some blooming with winter-hardy plants, others bare except for iron railings, worked into patterns of flowers and geometric designs. Laundry hung from lines strung between buildings, white shirts and coloured shawls flapping in the breeze like prayer flags, as if even the mundane necessity of clean clothes became art in this city. The gondola glided with a silence that felt almost sacred, the gondolier's oar barely disturbing the water's surface. Other boats passed them, delivery barges piled with vegetables and crates of wine, water buses ferrying locals who barely glanced at the canal's beauty, smaller sandalos sculpted by men in dark coats who moved with the unconscious grace of those born to water rather than land. Bridges arched overhead, some grand and stone, others small and wooden, connecting the city's scattered pieces into a coherent whole that defied all normal logic of urban planning. The carnival, it begins tonight, the gondolier said, his voice carrying easily over the water's whisper. You come for the masks, yes. Everyone comes for the masks. Venice, she puts on her beautiful face, and the world comes to see. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes reflecting the canal's green-gold light. Have you worked during many carnivals? Ah, ignore. 40 years I work these waters. Every carnival since I was a boy. My father works before me. My grandfather before him. We know Venice. We gondoliers. We see everything. The parties, the secrets, the morning after when everyone removes their masks and remembers who they truly are. He smiled, showing teeth gaps that somehow added character rather than diminishment. You look for something in particular? Someone, perhaps? Watson saw Holmes's expression sharpen slightly, interest kindling behind studied casualness. A British gentleman, Sir Reginald Ashworth. He came here 2 weeks ago and might have hired a gondola to Palazzo Contarini. The gondolier's oar paused mid-stroke just for a heartbeat, before continuing its steady rhythm. I know nothing of British gentlemen, ignore, but Palazzo Contarini... He made a sound that might have been disapproval or might have been something else entirely. The Contessa, she throws the grandest ball each carnival. Everyone who is anyone, they receive an invitation. Many masks, much mystery, much wine. What happens there? He shrugged eloquently. Venice, she keeps her secrets, especially during the carnival. They passed under the Rialto Bridge, its white stone arching high above them, lined with shops whose shuttered windows would open tomorrow to sell gold and glass and leather goods to tourists who'd pay triple what locals paid. The canal narrowed here, palazzos pressing closer on either side, and Watson could see into ground-floor windows, glimpses of kitchens where women stirred, pots that steamed windows foggy, of workshops where men bent over workbenches, creating the masks and costumes that would transform Venice into a city of beautiful strangers. The light was failing now, that particular quality of winter afternoon giving way to early evening. Gas lamps began to glow along the canal's edges, their light warm and golden, dancing on water that grew darker by the minute. Somewhere nearby, church bells began to ring, not the urgent clamour of alarm, but the measured melodious calling of faithful to vespers, each church adding its voice until the air seemed woven from bronze and devotion. Their lodging stood 3 buildings from the Piazza San Marco, a tall, narrow house painted the colour of sunrise, with window boxes that would bloom with flowers in warmer months, but now held only bare earth and the skeletal remains of last year's geraniums. The gondolier helped them unload their luggage onto a small stone quay, accepting his payment with a nod that contained both respect and something that might have been warning. Be careful during Carnival, signori, he said, pushing off again, his gondola turning with liquid grace. In Venice, everyone wears masks, but some, they wear them better than others. Some, they forget to take them off when the carnival ends. His voice faded as the gondola glided away, swallowed by shadow and the gathering dusk. The house's proprietor was a widow named Signora Rossellini, whose English was competent if heavily accented, and whose eyes held the knowing quality of one who'd rented rooms to foreigners long enough to predict their needs before they voiced them. She led them up narrow stairs that creaked pleasantly underfoot, past walls decorated with paintings of Venetian scenes, canals and churches and carnival revellers in elaborate masks. Their rooms overlooked a small canal, quieter than the Grand Canal, where the water's lap against stone was clearly audible through windows that fit imperfectly in their frames. "Dinner? I bring at 8, Signora Rossellini announced, already retreating down the stairs. "Good Venetian food, risotto with squid ink, grilled fish and polenta. You rest now, yes. Tomorrow, Carnival begins properly. Tonight, just the preparations, the anticipation." She paused at the landing, one hand on the rail. "You are here for Carnival, yes? Not—" She seemed to search for words. "Not for other business?" Holmes smiled his most disarming smile, the one that convinced people he was harmless and slightly foolish. "Merely tourism, Signora, though if you've heard anything interesting about Palazzo Contarini's annual Masquerade, we'd be most grateful for your insights." Her expression shifted, not quite closing, but becoming more careful, more guarded. "The Contessa throws beautiful parties, very exclusive. I hear nothing more." She descended the stairs with finality, her footsteps fading into the house's lower depths. Watson moved to the window, pushing it open despite the chill, wanting to feel Venice's air on his face, to breathe the city directly rather than through glass. The small canal below was empty of boats now, its water dark and secretive, reflecting the lights beginning to glow in windows across the way. From somewhere distant came music, a mandolin playing something sweet and melancholy, notes that seemed to float on the air like visible things, like small birds of sound seeking somewhere to nest. "She knows something," Holmes said quietly, unpacking his few belongings with mechanical efficiency. "Everyone here knows something. The gondolier, the signora, probably the fish seller in tomorrow's market. Venice is a small city despite its fame. Secrets don't stay secret, they just become politely unmentioned." Watson breathed in deeply, tasting salt and stone, coffee and canal water, the peculiar mixture that was Venice's signature scent. Somewhere in this city of water and masks, Sir Reginald Ashworth had vanished, swallowed by Carnival's beautiful chaos, or by something more sinister hiding beneath Carnival's bright surface. The Foreign Office's carefully formal letter had suggested diplomatic complications, delicate negotiations, the sort of international intrigue that ended careers or started wars depending on how it was handled. But standing here, watching lights kindle in windows across the dark water, hearing the distant mandolin and the eternal whisper of canal against stone, Watson felt something else, the sense of a city that played by rules older and stranger than London's, a place where appearance and reality had been engaged in their dance for so many centuries that perhaps no one remembered anymore which was which, or whether it mattered. Below, in the darkening street, figures began to appear, men in long coats, women in elaborate shawls, and already, though the carnival hadn't officially begun, some wore masks. Half masks that covered eyes and nose, full-face masks painted white or gold, beaked masks like strange birds. They moved through the winter evening with purposeful grace, heading toward San Marco, toward whatever celebrations would mark Carnival's opening, their footsteps echoing off stone walls in rhythms that suggested dance steps, ritual movements, patterns worn smooth by centuries of repetition. Holmes joined Watson at the window, his lean frame folding into the space beside him. For a moment they simply watched. Two Englishmen far from home, standing at the threshold of a mystery that wore Venice's face and spoke in whispers carried on water and wind. "Masks within masks," Holmes murmured, echoing Ashworth's cryptic telegram. "Everyone here wears two faces. Well, Watson, let us see if we can determine which faces are telling the truth." In the canal below something moved. Perhaps a rat, perhaps a reflection, perhaps nothing at all. Venice kept its secrets, patient and beautiful, waiting to reveal them only to those clever enough, or patient enough, or lucky enough to ask the right questions in the right way. And tomorrow, when Carnival began in earnest, the city would put on its grandest mask of all, and the search for one vanished diplomat would become exponentially more complicated. But tonight, there was dinner to be eaten, rest to be found, and the peculiar peace that came from being somewhere utterly foreign, where even failure would be exotic. Watson closed the window against the growing chill and turned toward the lamp that needed lighting, the bed that promised comfort, the ordinary rituals that grounded extraordinary circumstances. Somewhere in the house below, Signora Rossellini was preparing their dinner, and somewhere in Venice's labyrinth of canals and calli, answers waited like gifts wrapped in riddles, like masks that when removed would reveal only other masks beneath. The city settled into night, and two Englishmen settled with it, resting before the dance began. Morning arrived in Venice with a softness that seemed impossible for a city built on water and stone. Watson woke to light filtering through curtains that hadn't quite closed properly, casting pale gold stripes across the unfamiliar ceiling. The sounds were different here. No clatter of London's carts, no street vendors calling in Cockney accents, no rumble of omnibuses. Instead, there was water. Always water, lapping against stone with patient persistence, the distant call of gulls, footsteps echoing off narrow streets in rhythms that suggested no particular hurry, and underneath it all, a kind of silence that London never achieved, as if Venice had learned over centuries how to be quiet even while fully awake. He rose and went to the window, pushing it open to let in air that tasted of salt and morning bread baking somewhere nearby. The small canal below had come alive. A delivery boat laden with vegetables moved slowly past, pulled by a young man who sang under his breath, something wordless and minor key that matched the city's mood perfectly. Across the water, shutters were opening, revealing glimpses of domestic life, a woman hanging laundry, an old man drinking coffee while staring at nothing in particular, a cat washing itself on a windowsill with the meticulous attention cats brought to such tasks. Holmes was already awake, seated at the small table by his window with what appeared to be a map of Venice spread before him, annotations in his precise handwriting marking various locations. He dressed in dark grey wool, practical and unremarkable, the sort of clothing that would allow him to move through crowds without drawing particular attention. A cup of coffee sat at his elbow, half empty and probably cold by now. "The Palazzo Contarini sits here," Holmes said without preamble, tapping a spot on the map near the Grand Canal's bend. 4 stories, 15th century construction, with a particularly interesting architectural feature, a courtyard accessible from both the canal entrance and a small calle at the rear, multiple exits, in other words, useful for those who might wish to arrive or depart without being observed from the main approach. Watson joined him at the table, accepting the cup of fresh coffee that appeared as if summoned, Signora Rossellini moving through her house like a benevolent ghost, providing for her guests' needs before they voiced them. The coffee was strong enough to wake the dead, sweetened with sugar that hadn't quite dissolved, leaving gritty residue at the cup's bottom that Watson had learned was simply how Italians took their morning ritual. "The masquerade begins at 9 this evening," Holmes continued, producing an envelope of heavy cream paper from his coat pocket. "This arrived an hour ago, delivered by a servant in Contessa Giuliana's livery. It seems our presence in Venice has been noted and interpreted as interest in her annual event. We're invited, both of us, with a particular note that foreign visitors of distinction are always welcome to witness Venetian Carnival at its finest." Watson took the invitation, examining the elaborate calligraphy that spelled out their names with flourishes that bordered on artistic excess. The paper felt expensive, the sort that announced money even before words were read. "She knows why we're here. She knows that 2 Englishmen arrived yesterday, inquired about her palazzo, and are lodging within sight of San Marco during carnival season. Whether she knows our specific purpose." Holmes shrugged, a gesture that encompassed multiple possibilities. "We'll discover that tonight. For now, we should familiarise ourselves with the territory. Venice's geography is deliberately confusing, designed over centuries to trap invaders and confound those who don't belong. Knowing the exits becomes rather important when one is searching for someone who vanished." They spent the morning walking, Holmes with his map though he barely consulted it, Watson with his overcoat buttoned against February's bite. Venice revealed itself in layers, the grand facades facing the Grand Canal giving way to narrow calli barely wide enough for 2 people to pass, opening unexpectedly into small campos where churches stood like anchors and neighbourhood life carried on with cheerful disregard for tourists and their cameras. Washing hung everywhere, creating canopies of domestic colour overhead. Children played games whose rules seemed unchanged since medieval times. Old women sat on stoops, their hands busy with knitting or mending, their eyes missing nothing. The carnival preparations were impossible to ignore. Shops displayed masks in their windows, some simple, just white ceramic covering eyes and nose, others elaborate fantasies of feathers and gold leaf and jewels that caught light like captured fire. Costume rental establishments spilled silks and velvets onto the street, proprietors calling out prices and promises of transformation. Street performers were already working, musicians with mandolins and accordions, acrobats practicing flips in small squares, living statues painted silver or gold who stood motionless until coins clinked into their cups. They found Palazzo Contarini just before noon, approaching from the Grand Canal side where gondolas clustered near a private quay. The palazzo rose 4 stories of pale pink stone, its windows tall and Gothic arched, its water-level entrance marked by striped mooring poles painted in colours Watson assumed meant something to those who knew Venetian heraldry. The building wore its age gracefully. Centuries of weather had softened its edges, and the stone had mellowed into something that seemed almost organic, as if the palazzo had grown from the lagoon floor rather than been built upon it. A servant was supervising the delivery of what appeared to be hundreds of candles, directing workmen with the harried air of someone operating on a strict timetable. Holmes approached with his most affable expression, producing coins that seemed to magically facilitate conversation. "The Contessa's Masquerade. It is the event of Carnival," the servant said, his English careful and formal. 200 guests, maybe more. Masks required, costumes encouraged, music, dancing, champagne from France, delicacies prepared by the finest cook in Venice. He gestured toward the palazzo with proprietary pride. "You have an invitation, yes?" "The Contessa. She is very particular about her guest list. Only the most interesting people receive an invitation." "We're most honoured," Holmes assured him. "Tell me, does the Contessa host such grand events throughout the year, or only during Carnival?" The servant's expression shifted slightly, becoming more guarded. "The Contessa, she's a widow these 5 years. Her husband, Count Contarini, died in unfortunate circumstances. A falling accident from the palazzo's upper floor. Very tragic. Since then, she has lived quietly mostly. Only during Carnival does she open the palazzo for society. Her one indulgence, she says. Her one memory of happier times." Watson saw Holmes file this information away, that slight narrowing of eyes that suggested pieces of a puzzle clicking into alignment. A widow hosting elaborate parties during the season of masks and anonymity. A diplomat vanishing from one such party. The potential connections were obvious enough to be suspicious, which meant they were probably distractions from whatever was actually occurring. They walked the perimeter of the palazzo, noting the rear entrance Holmes had mentioned, a narrow door opening onto a calle barely wider than a man's shoulders, the sort of place where someone could come and go unnoticed if they knew the palazzo's layout. Water stairs descended into a small side canal, green with algae and shadow, where a private gondola was moored. Multiple exits, Watson observed, and during a masquerade where everyone's identity is concealed, multiple opportunities for confusion. If someone wanted to make a person disappear, or wanted to make it appear that a person had disappeared while actually moving them elsewhere, or replacing them with someone in identical costume, or any of a dozen variations on misdirection. Holmes tapped his walking stick against the cobblestones, the sound sharp in the narrow coll. The telegram mentioned masks within masks. Perhaps Sir Reginald had begun to understand just how complex the deception could become. They returned to their lodgings for lunch. Signora Rossellini provided seafood risotto that tasted of the lagoon itself, bread that was still warm from the oven, and wine that was rough but honest. The afternoon they spent preparing for the evening's event, which for Holmes meant reviewing his notes, and for Watson meant attempting to anticipate what manner of trouble they might encounter at a Venetian masquerade. The costumes and masks arrived at 5 o'clock, delivered by the same establishment Holmes had noticed that morning. For Watson, a traditional borta, the white mask that covered the upper face and allowed eating and drinking, paired with a black tricorn hat and a dark tabaro cloak. For Holmes, something slightly more elaborate, a volto mask that covered his entire face in white ceramic, emotionless and strangely unsettling in its blank perfection, with a dark silk costume that made him look like a particularly elegant shadow. Watson studied himself in the small mirror above his washstand, barely recognizing the figure that stared back. The mask transformed him, rendered him anonymous, just another carnival reveller among thousands. It was unsettling and oddly liberating in equal measure, the sense that one could become anyone, do anything, freed from the weight of one's known identity. "Remember," Holmes said, his voice slightly muffled behind his own mask, "tonight we observe first, act second." Sir Reginald vanished in plain sight, surrounded by witnesses who all reported seeing him at different times, in different locations. Either he was genuinely in multiple places, which suggests doubles or confederates, or the witnesses were mistaken, which suggests deliberate confusion. Either way, someone orchestrated this disappearance with considerable skill. They departed as dusk settled over Venice, the sky that particular shade of purple-blue that preceded night, stars beginning to emerge like shy guests at a party. The streets were alive now, costumed figures moving toward a San Marco and beyond, toward the various plazzos hosting events, the city transforming into something out of legend or dream. Musicians played on nearly every corner. Wine flowed from impromptu street parties. Laughter echoed off stone walls that had heard laughter in exactly this manner for 500 years of carnivals. The approach to Palazzo Contarini was marked by blazing torches mounted in brackets along the canal, their flames dancing in the evening breeze, casting orange light that turned the water into liquid fire. Gondolas queued at the palazzo's water entrance, disgorging masked and costumed guests who climbed marble stairs worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Musicians greeted arrivals, a string quartet playing something baroque and slightly melancholy, the sort of music that made one think of courtly dances and poisoned wine. Inside, the palazzo revealed itself as a masterpiece of Venetian excess tempered by decay. The entrance hall soared 3 stories high, its ceiling covered in frescoes that time had faded to ghostly suggestions of their former glory. Gods and goddesses cavorting in clouds, their faces worn smooth, their gestures still graceful despite the plaster's deterioration. Massive chandeliers hung on chains that looked original to the building's construction, dripping with Murano glass in colours that caught candlelight and scattered it into rainbow fragments. The ballroom occupied the entire piano nobile, its floor a geometric marvel of different coloured marbles, its walls lined with mirrors that multiplied the crowd into infinity. And what a crowd! Easily 200 people, all masked, all costumed, moving in patterns that suggested a dance even when the music paused. Women in gowns of silk and satin, their masks adorned with feathers and jewels, their movements liquid and practiced. Men in doublets and cloaks, their masks ranging from simple black dominoes to elaborate bird-beaked creations that turned them into creatures from mythology. The effect was simultaneously magnificent and disorienting. Everywhere Watson looked, he saw masks, faces that were not faces, expressions frozen in ceramic permanence, eyes gleaming behind holes cut in leather or porcelain. The mirrors made it worse, reflecting and re-reflecting until he couldn't be certain which figures were real and which were merely reflections, which people he'd seen once and which he'd seen a dozen times from different angles. Holmes touched his elbow gently, a gesture that meant observing in their private language. Watson followed his friend's gaze toward a woman standing near the ballroom centre, holding court among a cluster of admirers. She wore a golden mask that covered her entire face, its surface smooth and featureless, except for small slits for eyes and mouth. Like a blank canvas waiting for expression to be painted upon it. Her gown was deep crimson, the colour of arterial blood or expensive wine, and she moved with the confidence of someone completely at home in this palazzo, this crowd, this moment. "The Contessa," Holmes murmured, barely audible over the music that had resumed. A waltz, elegant and measured. Note the gold mask. It's her signature at these events, according to the research I conducted this afternoon. Always the same mask, always gold, always that particular design. Everyone knows who she is, despite the anonymity. Watson watched as the Contessa gestured, and servants appeared with champagne flutes on silver trays. Watched as she laughed, a sound that carried even through the mask's restrictions, musical and practiced. Watched as guests approached her with varying degrees of deference, as if attending on minor royalty, rather than a widow whose fortune came from merchant ancestors who traded in spices and silk. And there, Holmes continued, his masked face turning slightly, near the windows overlooking the canal, 3 men in identical costumes, black and silver, with those distinctive bird-beaked plague doctor masks. Watch how they move, Watson observed. The three men stood separately, scattered across the ballroom's expanse, but there was something coordinated about their movements. When one shifted position, the others adjusted correspondingly, maintaining what appeared to be deliberate spacing. They weren't conversing with other guests, just watching, their beaked masks turning slowly like weather vanes, testing wind direction. Surveillance, Watson said quietly. Or guards. Or actors playing a part. Remember, appearances here mean nothing. Or rather, they mean exactly what someone wants them to mean, which amounts to the same thing. Holmes accepted champagne from a passing servant, though Watson doubted he'd actually drink it. Let's circulate. Listen more than speak. Watch who interacts with whom, who avoids whom, which masks appear in multiple places simultaneously. They separated, drifting into the crowd like fish released into a vast aquarium. Watson found himself near a group discussing the carnival's various events: boat races on the Grand Canal, costume competitions in San Marco, private parties in palazzos even grander than this one. The speakers were Italian, French, German, their languages mixing in his ears like the music that swelled and faded as the orchestra worked through its repertoire. Everyone was pleasant, superficial, revealing nothing of substance beneath their masks and their carefully constructed personas. He paused near one of the floor-length windows, looking out over the Grand Canal where gondolas drifted past like dark dreams, their lanterns bobbing gently. The water reflected the palazzo's lights, turning the canal into a mirror of the ballroom, another layer of reflection, of appearance masquerading as reality. Beautiful, isn't it? Watson turned to find a figure in a silver mask beside him, a woman, judging by voice and posture, though the costume was elaborate enough to make even gender uncertain in the ballroom's shifting light. Her mask was simpler than most, just silvered leather covering the upper half of her face, but her eyes were remarkable, dark and intelligent and slightly amused. Quite beautiful, Watson agreed, though I confess I find it somewhat disorienting. So many masks, so little certainty about who one is actually addressing. She laughed, a sound like water over stones. But that's the point. Ignore. During Carnival, we're freed from the burden of being ourselves. We can be whoever we choose, or whoever others imagine us to be. It's Venice's greatest gift and its greatest curse. She gestured toward the crowded ballroom. Tell me, are you here for pleasure or business? The question was casual, but Watson heard the weight beneath it, the sense that his answer mattered more than mere polite conversation would warrant. Pleasure, primarily, though I confess an interest in the palazzo's history. I understand Contessa's late husband met with an unfortunate accident. The woman's posture shifted slightly and became more guarded. You've heard the gossip, then? Yes, Count Contarini fell from the upper gallery 5 years ago during Carnival season. Some said there was an accident. Some said... She paused delicately. Well, the Questura ruled it accidental, and the Contessa grieved appropriately, and life continued as it always does in Venice, by flowing around obstacles rather than confronting them directly. Before Watson could respond, the orchestra crescendoed dramatically, and the Contessa herself appeared at the ballroom's centre, her golden mask catching light from a dozen chandeliers. She raised her hands for silence, and the crowd obeyed with the practised ease of those accustomed to theatrical gestures. "Welcome, friends, to the Carnival of Masks," she said, her voice carrying easily across the now quiet space. "Tonight, we celebrate mystery, beauty, and the delicious uncertainty of not knowing who stands beside us. Dance, drink, enjoy, but remember, in Venice, appearances are never quite what they seem. Sometimes the most honest mask is the one that admits it's hiding something." The crowd applauded, the orchestra resumed, and Watson found that the woman in the silver mask had vanished as silently as she'd appeared, leaving him alone by the window, with more questions than answers, and the growing certainty that this masquerade concealed layers of deception he was only beginning to perceive. Across the ballroom, Holmes's white Volto mask turned in his direction, and even without seeing his friend's face, Watson understood the message. Watch carefully, the performance has begun. The masquerade continued its elaborate dance until well past midnight, when the first guests began to drift away like autumn leaves caught in a gentle current. Watson and Holmes remained, observing from different vantage points as the crowd thinned and the palazzo servants began the subtle work of clearing away empty glasses and extinguished candles. The Contessa moved among her remaining guests with gracious efficiency, her golden mask still firmly in place, bidding farewell with touches to arms and murmured words that Watson couldn't quite hear over the string quartet's diminishing repertoire. They departed with the final cluster of revellers, stepping out into Venice's deep night where fog had rolled in from the lagoon, turning gas lamps into fuzzy halos of amber light that barely pushed back the darkness. The city had grown quiet, that particular silence of the hours between midnight and dawn when even Venice, perpetual and restless, paused to catch its breath. Their footsteps echoed off stone walls as they walked back toward their lodgings, the sound hollow and somehow lonely despite walking side by side. Holmes didn't speak until they'd reached their rooms and removed their masks, setting them on the table like shed skins that had served their purpose. His face bore that expression Watson had learned to recognize, intense concentration mixed with frustration, the look of a man assembling a puzzle with pieces that didn't quite fit despite appearing correct. 3 hours, Holmes said, pacing to the window and back, his movements restless and precise. 3 hours observing, cataloguing, noting patterns and breaks in patterns, and I'm no closer to understanding how Sir Reginald Ashworth vanished from that ballroom than I was this morning. He stopped, staring at nothing in particular, which suggests either remarkable sophistication in the deception or remarkable simplicity that I'm overcomplicating through analysis. Watson poured them both wine from the bottle Signora Rossellini had left, something local and red that tasted of cherries and earth. The 3 men in plague doctor masks, he said, handing Holmes a glass. They maintained consistent spacing throughout the evening, rotating positions but always keeping the ballroom under observation. Guards, perhaps, or coordinators ensuring some plan proceeded according to schedule, or actors hired to create the appearance of coordination to draw attention away from whatever was actually occurring. Holmes took the wine but didn't drink, instead holding it up to the lamplight as if the liquid might reveal secrets in its depths. Everything tonight felt staged, not naturally, but deliberately staged to appear natural. Contessa's performance was flawless, which itself becomes suspicious. Genuine hosts betray small anxieties, minor imperfections. She betrayed nothing except complete control. Watson settled into his chair, feeling the evening's tension seeping from his shoulders. The woman in the silver mask spoke of the Count's death. Some called it an accident, some suggested. He paused, recalling her careful delicacy. She didn't finish the thought, but the implication was clear enough. Suicide or murder, either possibility casts interesting light on the Contessa's current activities. Holmes finally sipped his wine, grimacing slightly at its roughness. A husband dies under questionable circumstances during the carnival season. 5 years later, she hosts elaborate masquerades where diplomats vanish. The pattern suggests either remarkable coincidence or deliberate repetition, a method that worked once being employed again. They sat in silence for a moment, the room filled with nothing but the distant sound of water and the occasional creak of old wood settling. Through the window, Venice's darkness was absolute. No moon visible through. The fog. No stars, just the occasional glimmer of a distant lamp bleeding weakly through the mist. Tomorrow, Holmes said finally, we will investigate the mask maker. The Contessa mentioned during her speech that appearances hide truth. If Sir Reginald's disappearance involved substitution, someone dressed identically wearing an identical mask, then whoever created those masks becomes crucial. Venetian mask makers are artists and craftsmen, but they're also keepers of secrets. They know who orders what, who needs duplicates, who's pretending to be someone they're not. Morning arrived with surprising clarity. The fog had lifted during the night, leaving Venice washed clean and gleaming under the February sun that had actual warmth to it despite the season. Watson woke to church bells calling the faithful to morning mass, their bronze voices layering over each other in harmonies that seemed almost intentional, as if the city's campaniles had rehearsed their conversations over centuries and now performed them with casual mastery. Signora Rossellini provided breakfast, fresh bread with butter and jam, coffee strong enough to strip paint, and sliced oranges that must have come from somewhere considerably south, because they tasted of summer despite winter's grip. She also provided information, settling herself at their table with the air of someone who'd decided that discretion was less valuable than truth. "The mask maker you seek is called Giacomo Moretti," she said, her English careful but confident. "His workshop is in Dorsoduro near the Accademia Bridge. Third-generation mask maker. His grandfather made masks for the last Doge before Napoleon ended the Republic. He knows everyone in Venice who matters, and everyone who matters knows him." She paused, pouring herself coffee with the privilege of a landlady in her own establishment. "He is also my cousin's husband's brother, so if you mention my name, he will perhaps be less expensive and more honest. Perhaps." Holmes smiled, that genuine expression that transformed his usually austere features into something almost warm. "You're very kind, Signora. Might I ask, do you know if he's created masks recently for anyone connected to Palazzo Contarini?" Her expression shifted, became more guarded. "The Contessa Giuliana orders masks every carnival season. Dozens of them, sometimes hundreds, for her guests and her servants. Giacomo, he complains about the work but takes the money. She pays well and on time, which not all nobility can claim." She hesitated, then continued more quietly. "This year, she ordered something special. Giacomo mentioned it when we had family dinner last week. Golden masks, identical to her own. 10 of them, maybe 12. He thought it strange. Why would she want others to wear her signature mask? But she paid triple his usual fee, so he made them and asked no questions." Watson felt something shift in his understanding, pieces clicking into alignment like tumblers in a complex lock. Multiple identical golden masks. The Contessa's distinctive appearance was replicated. The perfect camouflage for someone who wanted to move through the palazzo unobserved, simply become the one person everyone expected to see. They found Giacomo Moretti's workshop an hour later, tucked into a narrow calle where morning sun barely reached. The shop front marked only by a small sign showing a traditional brighter mask painted in faded colours. Inside, the space was larger than it appeared from the street. Shelves lined with masks in various stages of completion. Workbenches covered in plaster dust and paint and gold leaf. The air thick with the smell of papier-mâché paste and varnish. Moretti himself was perhaps 60, his face deeply lined and his hands marked by decades of careful work, stained with paint, scarred by sharp tools, but still steady as they shaped wet plaster over a wooden form. He looked up as they entered, eyes sharp and assessing behind wire-rimmed spectacles that had slipped down his nose. "Signora Rossellini's guests," he said without preamble, not bothering with English when he'd clearly recognised them immediately as the foreigners his cousin's husband's sister-in-law had mentioned. His Italian came rapidly and thick with Venetian dialect, but Watson's rudimentary grasp of the language combined with Holmes' more sophisticated understanding allowed them to follow the essentials. Holmes responded in fluent Italian that made Moretti's eyebrows rise appreciatively, explaining their interest in his craft with careful vagueness that suggested academic curiosity rather than investigation. But Moretti wasn't fooled. His expression held the knowing quality of someone who'd lived in Venice long enough to recognise when foreigners were asking questions that mattered. "You want to know about the Contessa's golden masks," he said, switching to heavily accented English as if deciding that direct communication trumped linguistic pride. "Everyone wants to know about the golden masks. The Questura, they came 3 days ago, asking the same questions. British consulate, they sent someone yesterday." He shrugged eloquently. "I tell everyone the same thing. I make what I'm paid to make. 12 golden masks, identical to the Contessa's own, were delivered 2 weeks before Carnival began. What she does with them, this is not my business." Holmes moved closer to the workbench, examining a half-finished mask with the careful attention of someone who genuinely appreciated craftsmanship. 12 masks, all identical. That must have been challenging work, achieving perfect uniformity while maintaining the artistry of the original. Moretti's expression softened slightly, responding to the recognition of his skill. "Very challenging. The Contessa's mask, it is special, made 30 years ago by my father for her wedding. I have the original mould so I could replicate it, but making 12 that are truly identical," he made a gesture indicating extreme difficulty. "Each one I work for days. The curves must match exactly. The eye holes must align perfectly. The gold leaf must be applied in the same pattern. One small difference, and the masks would obviously not be the same. "And did anyone else order similar duplications recently?" Watson asked, earning a sharp glance from Holmes that suggested he'd asked too directly. "Other customers seeking identical copies of existing masks?" The mask maker's wariness returned, his hand stilling on the plaster form. "Why do you ask these questions? You're not police, not diplomats. Signora Rossellini, she says you are tourists, but tourists do not ask about mass duplications and timing." Holmes produced coins, more than the workshop's wares probably cost in a month, and set them on the workbench with careful deliberation. "We're searching for the truth, Signor Moretti. A man has vanished, and we believe his disappearance involves deliberate confusion about identity and appearance. Your masks may hold the key to understanding how this deception was achieved." Moretti stared at the coins, then at Holmes, then at the partially completed mask in his hands as if it might offer advice. Finally he sighed, a sound that carried the weight of moral compromise made in favour of practical necessity. One other order came, 3 weeks ago. A British gentleman, tall, thin, with eyes that noticed everything. He had a mask with him, a simple domino, black leather, the kind anyone could buy from street vendors. But he wanted something specific. He wanted me to make exact copies, 5 of them, and he wanted them quickly. Watson's pulse quickened. Did this gentleman give a name? He called himself Smith, which of course was not his real name. No one is actually named Smith, yes? Moretti set down his work, moving to a cluttered desk where papers and sketches lay in seemingly random arrangement. "But I keep records of all commissions. Here, the order form, with the measurements and specifications." The paper he produced bore neat handwriting describing the mask in technical detail, along with a sketch showing the design from multiple angles. But more importantly, at the bottom in different handwriting was a note. "Delivery to Hotel Danieli, room 307. Attention of R.A." "R.A.," Holmes said softly, and Watson heard the satisfaction in his voice. "Sir Reginald Ashworth. He ordered duplicates of his own mask 3 weeks before he vanished, which means he knew, or suspected, that some sort of substitution or confusion about his identity was being planned, and he was attempting to control or counter it by creating his own set of duplicates." Moretti nodded slowly. "I delivered the masks as requested. The British gentleman, he paid well in cash and asked me to mention the commission to no one. But now, with questions from police and consulates and foreigners in my workshop," he gestured at the coins still sitting on his bench, "a man must eat, and silence becomes expensive when everyone wants to purchase it." They left the workshop with more questions answered, but deeper mysteries emerging. Watson's mind raced as they walked back toward the Grand Canal, Holmes moving with that particular focused energy that came when a case began yielding its secrets reluctantly, piece by careful piece. Sir Reginald knew, Watson said, voicing what they were both thinking. He knew someone planned to use masked identity confusion against him, so he created his own set of duplicates. But to what end? To catch whoever was planning the deception? To have confederates who could act in his place? Or to stage his own disappearance while ensuring multiple witnesses saw him, or someone dressed as him, throughout the evening? Holmes stopped at the canal's edge, watching water traffic flow past with the smooth efficiency of long practice. The telegram mentioned masks within masks. Perhaps he wasn't warning about danger. Perhaps he was explaining his methodology. They hired a gondola to take them to the Hotel Danieli, Venice's grandest accommodation, where the wealthy and powerful stayed when visiting the Republic's successor city-state. The hotel occupied a 14th-century palazzo near San Marco, its Gothic facade elaborate even by Venetian standards, its interior all marble and gold leaf, and the kind of expensive discretion that made wealthy guests feel simultaneously special and anonymous. The concierge was professionally unhelpful until Holmes mentioned both the Foreign Office and the British Consulate, at which point his manner shifted from polite obstruction to anxious cooperation. Yes, Sir Reginald Ashworth had stayed at the hotel from January 15th through February 2nd. Yes, he'd occupied room 307, a suite overlooking the canal with all modern conveniences. No, there had been no incidents, no complaints, no unusual activities noted by staff. "Might we see the room?" Holmes asked, with the kind of polite insistence that suggested refusal wasn't actually an option. "I'm certain the Foreign Office would appreciate your cooperation in this somewhat delicate matter." The room, when they reached it after climbing stairs that seemed designed to test the cardiovascular fitness of wealthy tourists, was disappointingly ordinary. Well-appointed, certainly. Expensive furniture, silk curtains, paintings of Venetian scenes that were probably valuable if not actually good, but nothing that suggested diplomatic intrigue or elaborate deception. The maid had cleaned thoroughly after Sir Reginald's departure, leaving no trace of his occupancy beyond the ledger entry downstairs. Holmes moved through the space systematically, examining windows, checking drawers, running his hands along surfaces with the careful attention of someone who believed evidence always remained if one simply looked hard enough. Watson watched from near the door, feeling increasingly pessimistic about finding anything useful in a room that had been cleaned and prepared for new occupants. Then Holmes made a small sound of satisfaction, crouching near the room's ornate writing desk. "Watson, come here." In the small gap between the desk and the wall, wedged so tightly it had survived the maid's cleaning, was a folded piece of paper. Holmes extracted it with careful fingers, smoothing it flat on the desk's leather surface. The paper bore what appeared to be a schedule written in English in neat handwriting. Monday 29th, mass delivery from Moretti. Tuesday 30th, meeting with M at Café Florian. 3 p.m. Wednesday 31st. Rehearsal. Thursday 1st, Contessa's Masquerade. Maintain multiple sightings. Friday 2nd, departure, if successful. Below this, in what might have been a different hand or the same handwriting quickly, was a single line. "If I've misjudged this, forgive me. Some masks protect more than they conceal." Watson read it twice, then looked at Holmes. He planned it, his own disappearance, the multiple sightings, everything. But why? Because he discovered something during his diplomatic work that required him to vanish convincingly while remaining available to continue investigating? Or because he realized someone planned to make him vanish and decided to control the disappearance on his own terms? Holmes folded the paper carefully, slipping it into his coat pocket. Either way, Sir Reginald Ashworth is somewhere in Venice, deliberately hidden, wearing masks, literal and figurative, to continue whatever work he believes necessary. They descended to the hotel's lobby, where the concierge waited with barely concealed anxiety. Holmes assured him that everything was satisfactory, that the Foreign Office would be pleased with his cooperation, and that discretion about their visit would be most appreciated. The man practically wilted with relief. Outside, Venice had reached that particular quality of afternoon light where sun slanted low across canals, turning water into liquid gold and making the city's already improbable beauty border on the supernatural. Gondolas drifted past, trailing music and laughter. Pedestrians moved with the unhurried grace of those who knew their destination was less important than the journey through streets that had witnessed 500 years of human drama and comedy. Watson and Holmes walked without particular direction, letting the city's geography guide them through campos and over bridges, past churches where incense drifted out through open doors and market stalls where vendors called prices that seemed more suggestions than fixed amounts. "The meeting with M at Café Florian," Watson said, reviewing what they'd learned. Someone Sir Reginald trusted enough to be involved in his plan, or someone he needed to observe without revealing his intentions. Café Florian has been Venice's most famous establishment for 200 years. It's where travellers meet locals, where business is conducted over coffee and pastries, where everyone in Venice passes through eventually. Holmes stopped at a small bridge, leaning against the stone balustrade to watch boats manoeuvre through the narrow canal below. If I wanted to meet someone both publicly and privately, visible to established presence but anonymous in the crowd, that's exactly where I'd choose. Should we go there now? Ask the waiters if they remember an Englishman meeting someone on January 30th. Holmes smiled, but it was tinged with something darker. Recognition of complexity, perhaps, or respect for an adversary who'd proven more sophisticated than initially apparent. We could, but I suspect Sir Reginald chose his venue specifically because it's so crowded, so busy, that waiters couldn't possibly remember individual patrons from weeks ago. He's been careful about everything else. He'll have been careful about that too. They continued walking, emerging eventually into the Piazza San Marco just as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. The great square was alive with carnival preparations, stages being erected for performances, vendors setting up stalls selling masks and ribbons and roasted chestnuts, musicians tuning instruments for the evening's festivities. The basilica's Byzantine domes glowed golden in the fading light, its mosaics visible even from across the square, depicting saints and martyrs, with expressions of eternal patience as they observed the endless human theatre unfolding below. Watson felt the weight of the case settling more heavily. They'd learned much. Sir Reginald had known about potential threats, had prepared elaborate countermeasures, had apparently staged his own disappearance as part of some larger plan. But they were no closer to finding him, to understanding what he'd discovered that required such extreme measures, or to determining whether he was safe or in danger despite his careful preparations. "Tomorrow," Holmes said, as if reading Watson's thoughts, "we visit San Francesco del Deserto. It's an island monastery in the northern lagoon. Remote, quiet, exactly the sort of place someone might hide while remaining close enough to Venice to continue investigations. And if the Contessa truly is involved in something beyond elaborate masquerades, a man of God might provide perspective on the moral implications of what we're uncovering." The sun touched the horizon, and as if responding to some unspoken cue, Venice began its transformation into night. Gas lamps flickered to life. Windows glowed warm against gathering darkness. The first masked revellers appeared in the square, their costumes elaborate fantasies of silk and feathers, their movements theatrical and graceful as they began the evening's carnival dance. Watson watched them, these beautiful strangers, and wondered how many were exactly what they appeared to be, and how many wore masks beneath their masks, hiding truth under layers of careful deception. In Venice, during Carnival, perhaps such questions had no answers, or perhaps the answer was always yes and no simultaneously, reality and appearance dancing together until neither could exist without the other. They returned to their lodgings as full darkness claimed the city, and somewhere in that darkness Sir Reginald Ashworth existed, hidden, watching, waiting for whatever conclusion his elaborate performance demanded. Tomorrow they would search for him among islands and monasteries, but tonight there was only the mystery and the masks and the growing sense that in Venice, every answer revealed only deeper questions wearing familiar faces. The morning began with rain, not the violent downpour that sometimes struck Venice during winter storms, but a gentle, persistent drizzle that turned the city soft and grey, blurring edges until buildings seemed to dissolve into mist and water. Watson stood at his window watching raindrops create circles on the canal below, each one expanding outward until it met another, forming patterns that existed for heartbeats before disappearing into the larger whole. The sound was soothing, rain on water creating a kind of doubled whisper, as if the city were having a quiet conversation with itself. Holmes had been awake since before dawn, seated at the small table, with maps and notes spread in careful arrangement, his long fingers tracing routes across the lagoon to various islands scattered through the shallow waters north of Venice proper. San Francesco del Deserto sat among them like a prayer made solid, a tiny fragment of land devoted to contemplation and silence, inhabited by Franciscan monks who'd maintained their monastery there for 700 years, through plague and war and the slow erosion of empires. "The island is accessible only by private boat," Holmes said, without looking up from his maps. "No regular service, no casual visitors. One must arrange transportation with local boatmen who know the channels. The lagoon appears uniform, but beneath the surface are mudflats and sandbars that can strand the unwary when tides shift. It's precisely the sort of place someone might hide if they needed both isolation and proximity to the city." Signora Rossellini appeared with breakfast, warm bread and soft cheese, sliced pears that tasted of autumn despite being February, coffee that steamed in the cool morning air. She also brought news, delivered in the careful manner of someone sharing information that might be valuable, or might be merely gossip, impossible to determine until events revealed their significance. "My cousin who works at the British consulate, she says there is concern," the signora said, settling herself at their table with the familiarity of someone who'd decided these particular guests deserved her attention. "A telegram arrived yesterday from London, asking about progress in finding the missing diplomat. The consul, he is worried. Not just about the man, but about what the man might have discovered. There are whispers of scandals, of compromising information about important people, of photographs that should not exist." Holmes looked up sharply, his grey eyes focused with laser precision. "Photographs? Your cousin mentioned photographs specifically?" She said the telegram referenced sensitive visual materials that Sir Reginald might have acquired during his investigation. The consul became very agitated, began burning papers in his fireplace, and sent urgent messages to several Venetian nobles. Signora Rossellini poured herself coffee with the ease of someone in her own domain. In Venice, photographs during Carnival have become popular, but also dangerous. Everyone wears masks, everyone pretends to be someone else, and a clever photographer can make anyone appear to be anywhere, doing anything. Reputation is destroyed before truth can defend itself. Watson felt pieces shifting again, the puzzle reforming into new configurations. Not just a missing diplomat, but one who'd possibly acquired blackmail material. Photographs taken during Carnival's anonymous chaos, showing people in compromising positions or situations. Their masked identities no protection against a camera's unblinking eye. The potential for scandal was enormous, the diplomatic implications even larger. They departed for the lagoon an hour later, after Holmes had arranged transportation with a boatman recommended by Signora Rossellini as both skilled and discreet. The boat was a traditional sandalo, smaller than a gondola, more manoeuvrable in shallow waters, its flat bottom designed for navigating the lagoon's treacherous hidden geography. The boatman was perhaps 40, weathered by sun and salt water, his hands calloused from years of working the oar. He introduced himself as Marco and claimed to have ferried supplies to San Francesco del Deserto since boyhood. The journey took them north from Venice, past Murano where glass furnaces glowed even in daylight, their chimneys breathing smoke that mixed with rain and mist until everything became variations on grey. The lagoon stretched around them in all directions, not quite sea, not quite lake, something in between that belonged entirely to itself. Waterbirds rose from hidden marshes, herons and egrets standing motionless in shallows, ducks paddling in formations that suggested ancient knowledge passed down through generations. Marco rowed with economical efficiency, reading the water's surface for signs invisible to Watson's eyes. Subtle colour changes indicating depth, patterns in the current showing where channels ran deep enough for passage. He spoke occasionally, pointing out landmarks that seemed impossibly subtle. A particular wooden piling, a distant church tower, the shape of an island's tree line against a grey sky. San Francesco, it is a special place, Marco said, his English heavily accented but comprehensible. The monks there, they take vows of silence mostly. They pray, they grow vegetables, they welcome visitors who need peace. No electricity, no modern things, just bells and prayers and the sound of the water. People go there to hide from the world, you understand? To remember who they are beneath all the masks we wear. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression carefully neutral. Do many visitors come? During carnival season, for instance? Marco's oar paused mid-stroke just briefly, before continuing its rhythm. Some come, yes. People tired of carnival's noise looking for quiet. The monks, they ask no questions. A man could stay there days, weeks, and no one in Venice would know. The brothers, they protect privacy like they protect prayer. Sacred, untouchable. The island emerged from rain and mist gradually, first a darkness on the horizon, then a low shape of land, finally resolving into a small fragment of earth crowned with cypress trees and a modest monastery whose weathered stone suggested centuries of patient endurance. A simple wooden dock extended into the lagoon, and a path lined with stones led upward through gardens that would be green in spring, but now lay dormant under winter's grey governance. A monk waited at the dock as they approached. Whether he'd been expecting them or simply happened to be there was impossible to determine. He was elderly, his face deeply lined but somehow ageless, wearing the traditional brown Franciscan robe cinched with a white cord. He helped secure their boat with hands that moved with practiced grace, then gestured toward the monastery without speaking, the vow of silence apparently in effect even for greeting visitors. They followed him up the path between gardens where sleeping rose bushes waited for spring, and herb beds lay covered with straw against frost. The monastery itself was simple almost to the point of severity. None of Venice's Baroque excess, just clean lines and honest stone, windows that were functional rather than decorative, a bell tower that rose with quiet dignity against the grey sky. The sound of chanting drifted from somewhere inside, male voices blending in harmonies that predated musical notation, carrying Latin phrases worn smooth by centuries of repetition. The monk led them to a small courtyard open to the rain, where a fountain trickled water over stones carved with inscriptions too weathered to read. Another monk appeared, younger, perhaps 50, with kind eyes and the slight smile of someone who'd found genuine peace in his chosen life. He greeted them in English that suggested education at British universities before whatever calling had brought him to this remote island. "Welcome to San Francesco," he said quietly, his voice barely above the rain's whisper. "I am Brother Thomas. You've come seeking something, or someone. In this place, we make no distinction between the two. Often, what we seek and who we seek are identical." Holmes inclined his head respectfully. "We're searching for a British diplomat named Sir Reginald Ashworth. We believe he may have sought refuge here, not from danger necessarily, but from observation, a place where he could continue certain investigations without being watched by those who'd prefer his work remain incomplete." Brother Thomas's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or the acknowledgement that a truth carefully protected was now being directly addressed. "The man you seek arrived 5 days ago, at night, wearing a mask even though the carnival was miles away across the water. He said he needed silence to think, prayer to clarify his purpose, and isolation to ensure certain materials remained safe until the proper moment for their revelation." Watson felt relief flood through him. Sir Reginald was alive, safe, had successfully executed whatever plan his cryptic telegram and careful preparations had suggested. But Holmes remained tense, his posture suggesting the case was far from resolved. "These materials," Holmes said carefully, "photographs perhaps, of carnival activities that certain powerful individuals would prefer remained private. Photographs and documents, letters that reveal corruption, images that expose hypocrisy, evidence of blackmail schemes operating for years during carnival season when masks make everyone both anonymous and vulnerable." Brother Thomas gestured toward the monastery's interior. "He's been organising everything, preparing a comprehensive report for the Foreign Office. But he knows that once he emerges from hiding, once he reveals what he's discovered, powerful forces will move to discredit or silence him. He needed time to ensure the evidence was irrefutable." They followed Brother Thomas inside through corridors that smelled of old stone and candle wax and the indefinable scent of sanctity that came from centuries of prayer soaking into walls. The monastery's interior was as austere as its exterior, simple rooms opening off plain hallways, wooden doors worn smooth by countless hands, floors of terracotta tile that showed the footprints of 700 years of sandaled feet walking in meditation. Sir Reginald Ashworth sat in a small room overlooking the lagoon, a desk before him covered in photographs and papers, organised into careful piles. He was younger than Watson had expected, perhaps 40, with the lean build of someone who climbed mountains for recreation, and the focused intensity of someone who dedicated himself to a cause beyond personal advancement. He wore simple civilian clothes, his face unmarked for the first time in weeks, and when he looked up at their entrance, his expression showed both relief and wariness in equal measure. "Mr. Holmes," he said, rising to shake hands with the confidence of someone who'd expected precisely this visit. "Dr. Watson, I apologise for the dramatic circumstances, but subtlety seemed inadequate given the scope of what I'd uncovered. Please, sit. I suspect you have questions." Holmes settled into a chair with that particular stillness he achieved when fully focused. "Let's begin with what you discovered during your diplomatic work in Vienna that led you to Venice, to elaborate preparations involving duplicate masks, and ultimately to staging your own disappearance during the Contessa's Masquerade." Sir Reginald organised his thoughts visibly, the practised clarity of someone who'd spent sleepless nights refining his narrative. "I was investigating Mediterranean trade route negotiations, mundane work, mostly documentation and observation. But I noticed patterns in the correspondence between various diplomatic missions, references to carnival obligations, and seasonal arrangements that seemed disconnected from legitimate diplomatic business. Then a colleague in the Rome embassy mentioned that he'd been approached during Venice's carnival 2 years ago, photographed in a compromising position with someone he believed to be a willing participant, then blackmailed with the images." Watson leaned forward. "A systematic operation, using Carnival's anonymity to create blackmail opportunities." "Precisely. I began investigating quietly, making inquiries among diplomatic circles. The stories emerged slowly, always during Venice's carnival, always involving masked encounters that seemed innocent at first, always ending with photographs and demands for either money or favourable policy positions. The scheme had been operating for at least 5 years, targeting diplomats, politicians, wealthy merchants, anyone with power or influence. Holmes steepled his fingers, his grey eyes sharp. And the Contessa Juliana? Her role in this operation? Sir Reginald's expression darkened. At first, I thought her merely a convenient host, someone whose annual masquerade provided the perfect venue. But as I investigated deeper, I realised she was the architect. Her husband wasn't killed by accident 5 years ago. He discovered what she was planning and threatened to expose her. She arranged his death during that year's carnival, made it appear accidental, then used the sympathy and social position of widowhood to continue building her operation. He gestured to the photographs spread across his desk. Images that Watson could see even from a distance were compromising, showing masked figures in various states of undress or intimate embrace. The compositions carefully arranged to suggest scandal while obscuring enough detail to make definitive identification difficult. She employs photographers who work during her masquerades, capturing moments that appear spontaneous but are actually orchestrated. She has confederates who lure targets into private rooms, who ensure compromising situations occur where cameras are positioned. Then, weeks or months later, the blackmail demands arrive. Never directly traceable to her, always through intermediaries, but the pattern is unmistakable. Watson felt disgust rising. Using Carnival's celebration of freedom and transformation as a weapon, turning Venice's most beautiful tradition into a mechanism for exploitation. She justifies it as revenge, Sir Reginald continued. Her husband was a diplomat who'd been ruined years ago by what she believed was unjust treatment by various European powers. She sees herself as bringing justice, making those in power experience the same humiliation and loss. But in truth, she's simply perpetuating the same corrupt system she claims to oppose, just from a different position. Holmes rose, moving to examine the photographs more closely, handling them with careful detachment. You ordered duplicate masks to create the appearance of multiple sightings during the masquerade, to make it impossible for anyone watching to track your movements accurately. Then you arranged your own disappearance to create a crisis that would force investigation while you compiled evidence safely away from observation. Exactly. I knew that if I simply presented my findings, they'd be dismissed or I'd be discredited before the evidence received proper attention. But if I vanished dramatically during her masquerade, it would create exactly the sort of scandal and investigation that would bring everything to light. Sir Reginald's smile was grim. I used her own methodology against her, staged theatre designed to manipulate perception and force desired outcomes. How many were involved in your plan? Watson asked. The duplicate masks suggest confederates, people who agreed to impersonate you throughout the evening. 3 colleagues from various embassies who'd been victims of her blackmail scheme wanted justice. They wore my costume and mask, appeared at different times and locations during the masquerade, created the confusion necessary to make my actual departure unnoticed. One left by the canal entrance, one through the rear door, one simply remained at the party until it ended. Witnesses saw me everywhere because I genuinely was everywhere, just not all the same me. Holmes returned to his chair, and Watson saw satisfaction in his expression, the pleasure of a puzzle solved, pieces fitting together with elegant precision. And now, your evidence is compiled, your narrative is prepared. What comes next? I've sent encrypted telegrams to the Foreign Office, to the British consulate here, and to several journalists I trust. Tomorrow, I emerge from hiding with complete documentation. The Contessa will be arrested, her operation dismantled, the blackmail victims freed from ongoing threats. Sir Reginald's expression hardened. She'll face justice, not the kind of theatrical revenge she's been orchestrating, but actual legal consequences under Venetian and international law. Brother Thomas, who'd remained silent during this exchange, spoke quietly from the doorway. Justice is a complicated concept, Mr. Holmes. The Contessa has done terrible things, yes, but from terrible pain. Her husband's destruction was genuine, unjust, cruel. Does suffering excuse cruelty? Does revenge ever restore what was lost? No, Holmes said simply, but allowing cruelty to continue unchecked creates more suffering, more injustice, an endless cycle of victims creating new victims. Sir Reginald isn't seeking revenge, he's seeking accountability. There's a distinction. They remained at the monastery through the afternoon, reviewing Sir Reginald's evidence, discussing strategy for the next day's revelations, planning contingencies in case the Contessa attempted to flee or destroy evidence once she realized her operation had been exposed. The rain continued its gentle persistence, and through the room's window Watson could see the lagoon stretching grey and infinite, waterbirds standing patient in shallows, Marco's boat rocking gently at the dock. As evening approached and they prepared to return to Venice, Sir Reginald pulled Holmes aside, his voice low and urgent. "There's one complication I haven't mentioned. The Contessa didn't work alone. She had support from someone within the diplomatic community itself, someone who provided information about targets, who helped identify vulnerable individuals, who ensured that blackmail demands reached the proper people. I have evidence suggesting who this person is, but not definitive proof. If they realize I'm alive and prepared to expose everything, they'll move to protect themselves," Holmes finished. "Either by silencing you, or by destroying evidence, or by creating enough chaos that truth becomes indistinguishable from fabrication. Yes, I'd anticipated that possibility, which is why Watson and I will attend tonight's carnival celebrations in San Marco, visible, obvious, drawing attention to ourselves as foreign investigators. If your diplomatic mole decides to act, they'll focus on the obvious threat rather than the hidden one." Watson felt the familiar tightening in his chest. Not fear exactly, but the recognition that they were moving from investigation into potential danger, that the next hours might require more than observation and deduction. But this was the work they did, the purpose they served, and he'd long ago accepted that understanding came with the risks. They departed San Francesco del Deserto as dusk claimed the lagoon, the monastery's bells ringing vespers across water that reflected nothing but grey sky, and the first faint stars emerging through clouds. Marco rowed them back toward Venice in silence, the boat gliding through darkness that seemed absolute except for distant lights marking the city's position, a constellation of human habitation floating on the edge of sea and sky. Venice emerged gradually from the darkness, its gas lamps and windows creating patterns of warm light against the cold night. The sounds reached them before visual details resolved, music and laughter, the splash of gondolas navigating canals, church bells marking the hour in bronze conversations that echoed off stone and water. Carnival continued its elaborate dance, beautiful and deceptive, everyone masked and no one quite who they appeared to be. They disembarked near San Marco, paying Marco generously and receiving his nod of understanding. He'd seen enough in his years on the lagoon to recognize when discretion mattered more than curiosity. The square was packed with revellers in elaborate costumes, musicians performing on temporary stages, vendors selling wine and roasted chestnuts and masks for those who'd arrived unprepared for Carnival's demands. Holmes purchased 2 simple black dominoes from a street vendor, and they joined the crowd, becoming 2 more masked figures among thousands, visible in their anonymity, obvious in their concealment. They moved through the celebration with careful randomness, sometimes stopping to watch performers, sometimes pausing at wine stalls, always visible to anyone who might be watching from shadows or windows, or the concealed positions where those who hunted operated best. "Tomorrow," Holmes said quietly, his voice barely audible over the carnival's cheerful chaos, "truth emerges and masks come off. But tonight, we dance with deception and hope that whoever's watching believes we're still searching rather than preparing for revelation." Watson nodded, adjusting his mask, tasting wine and wood smoke in the cold night air, watching Venice celebrate itself with the beautiful desperation of a city that had survived centuries by knowing when to reveal truth and when to embrace necessary fiction. Somewhere in this crowd or watching from palazzo windows, the Contessa's confederate existed, and somewhere across the dark lagoon, Sir Reginald Ashworth prepared his evidence for the morning's light. The game was almost finished, but the final moves remained, and in Venice, during Carnival, even endings wore masks until the very last moment of revelation. The night wore on with that peculiar quality of suspended time that Venice seemed to cultivate, minutes stretching into hours, hours compressing into moments, the normal progression of evening into deep night becoming fluid and uncertain. Watson and Holmes moved through the carnival crowds in San Marco with deliberate visibility, their black domino masks marking them as participants in the celebration, while their careful observation patterns marked them as something else entirely to anyone watching with trained eyes. The square had transformed into something from mythology, a stage where reality performed for an audience that no longer distinguished between actor and spectator. Fire-eaters breathed flames that turned faces orange and demonic for heartbeats, before darkness reclaimed them. Acrobats formed human pyramids that swayed dangerously before collapsing into laughter and applause. Musicians competed from different corners, their melodies clashing and blending into something that shouldn't have worked but somehow did, creating a soundtrack for madness that felt almost holy. Watson found himself watching the masks more than the faces beneath. Them! The elaborate constructions of leather and ceramic and feathers that transformed ordinary Venetians and foreign tourists into creatures from dreams or nightmares. A woman passed wearing a white mask shaped like a swan, her neck elongated by the costume until she seemed genuinely avian. A man in a plague doctor's beaked mask distributed flowers with exaggerated courtesy, the gesture both beautiful and unsettling. Children ran between adults' legs wearing simple half masks painted with stars and moons, their laughter high and pure above the crowd's deeper rumble. It was near midnight when Holmes stiffened slightly, a minute shift in posture that Watson had learned to recognise as his friend spotting something significant. Following Holmes's gaze, Watson saw a figure standing at the edge of the square near the basilica's entrance, a woman in a golden mask, the distinctive design unmistakable, even at distance, and in the uncertain light of gas lamps and torches. The Contessa Juliana, or someone wearing her signature mask, watching the crowd with the stillness of a predator assessing prey. "Interesting," Holmes murmured, barely audible over the surrounding celebration. "She's either remarkably bold, appearing publicly while her operation faces imminent exposure, or remarkably foolish, which seems inconsistent with someone who's orchestrated blackmail schemes for 5 years. Or it's not actually her," Watson finished. Another duplicate mask, another double, another layer of deception. They began moving through the crowd toward the golden-masked figure, not directly but in a gradual spiral that would appear casual to any observer. The square was packed enough that progress was slow, bodies pressed close, the smell of wine and sweat and perfume mixing with wood smoke and the ever-present scent of canal water. Watson kept the golden mask in his peripheral vision, noting how the figure stood motionless while others around them danced and celebrated, an island of stillness in a sea of motion. But as they drew closer, the figure moved, not fleeing exactly, but retreating with deliberate purpose, maintaining distance while leading them away from the square's bright centre into darker territories. They passed under the arcade that bordered San Marco, where shops stood shuttered and empty, where shadows pooled thick enough to hide anything. The figure ahead moved with confident familiarity, taking turns without hesitation, navigating Venice's labyrinth as if the city's geography was written in their bones. Holmes increased his pace, Watson matching him, both now openly following rather than pretending casual movement. The golden mask glanced back once, confirming that pursuit was noticed and apparently expected, then disappeared around a corner into a call so narrow Watson's shoulders nearly brushed both walls. The passage twisted between ancient buildings, the sky reduced to a ribbon of darkness overhead, the only light coming from occasional windows where Venetians lived their lives oblivious to the drama unfolding below. They emerged into a small campo, barely larger than a room, dominated by a wellhead at its centre and a small church whose facade had crumbled into romantic decay. The golden-masked figure stood by the well waiting, and as they approached removed the mask with slow deliberation. The face revealed was male, perhaps 35, with the refined features and confident bearing of aristocracy or wealth, brown eyes that held intelligence and something that might have been regret. He was handsome in the way Venetian nobles often were, as if centuries of selective breeding had refined features into almost artistic perfection. He wore expensive civilian clothes beneath a dark cloak, and his hands, one still holding the golden mask, bore rings that caught what little light penetrated the campo's shadows. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes," he said in English that held only the slightest Italian accent, educated and precise. "Dr. Watson, I am Count Alessandro Barbarigo, and I believe we need to have a conversation before tomorrow's revelations destroy more lives than necessary." Holmes stopped several paces away, his own mask still in place, his posture alert but not aggressive. "You're the Contessa's confederate within the diplomatic community, the one who provided information about targets, who ensured blackmail schemes functioned smoothly, who protected her operation from exposure. Barbarigo's smile was sad, almost gentle. I am, yes, though confederate suggests a partnership of equals, and that was never quite accurate. I was her tool, her weapon, her revenge made manifest in the world of diplomacy and power. He set the golden mask on the wellhead like an offering. But I'm also the reason Sir Reginald Ashworth is alive and his evidence remains intact. I could have arranged his death 12 times over the past weeks, during his investigation in Vienna, during his journey to Venice, certainly during the Masquerade when chaos made accidents trivially easy to stage. I chose not to. Watson felt confusion mixing with wariness. Why? If his revelations will destroy Contessa's operation, and presumably implicate you as well, why allow him to survive? Because I'm tired, Dr. Watson. Tired of the masks, tired of the deceptions, tired of being party to cruelty disguised as justice. Barbarigo moved to sit on the wellhead's edge, the gesture somehow making him appear younger, more vulnerable. Let me tell you a story, gentlemen. 5 years ago, I was an idealistic young nobleman who believed that diplomacy could change the world, that careful negotiation and goodwill could prevent the wars our fathers and grandfathers fought. Then I attended the Contessa's Masquerade and met a woman, beautiful, intelligent, passionate about the same ideals I held. We spent the evening in conversation that felt profound, important, the kind of connection one dreams about finding. He paused, staring at nothing, lost in memory. 3 weeks later, I received photographs. The woman had been an actress hired by the Contessa. The conversation had been staged in a room where cameras were hidden, and what I'd believed was genuine connection was elaborate theatre designed to create leverage. The demand was simple. Provide information about my diplomatic colleagues, identify those who might be vulnerable to similar schemes, or watch my career end before it properly began. Watson felt sympathy despite himself. So you complied, became part of her operation to protect yourself. At first, yes, but then something worse happened. I began to understand her perspective. The targets she chose were often genuinely corrupt, people who used their power callously, who exploited others without consequence. The blackmail seemed almost righteous, holding the powerful accountable when no other mechanism could reach them. Barbarigo's laugh was bitter. I convinced myself I was serving justice, that the compromises were worthwhile if they corrected greater wrongs. Holmes removed his own mask, his grey eyes studying Barbarigo with the intensity of someone reading a text in a difficult language. But eventually you realise that fighting corruption through blackmail simply creates different corruption. That using the powerful's own methods against them doesn't elevate you, it drags you down to their level. Precisely. Sir Reginald's investigation forced me to confront what I'd become. Not a crusader for justice, but simply another blackmailer hiding behind noble justifications. So when I discovered he was compiling evidence, when I realised his plan to stage his disappearance, Barbarigo spread his hands. I could have stopped him. Instead, I helped him. Small things. Ensuring certain documents reached him, arranging for the boatman Marco to be available and discreet, making sure the monks at San Francesco understood he needed absolute protection. Why reveal yourself to us now? Watson asked. You could have simply vanished. Let tomorrow's revelations unfold without your involvement. Because Sir Reginald's evidence will destroy the Contessa, yes, but it will also create chaos that might allow the actual criminals she blackmailed to escape accountability. They're not innocent simply because they were her victims. Many of them committed genuine crimes, genuine abuses of power. They need to face justice too, but proper justice, through legitimate mechanisms rather than extortion. Barbarigo stood, retrieving the golden mask and holding it out toward Holmes. I have names, evidence, documentation of actual crimes distinct from the manufactured scandals the Contessa created. I can help ensure tomorrow's revelations lead to genuine reform rather than just replacing one corrupt system with another. Holmes took the mask, turning it over in his long fingers, examining it as if it might reveal secrets through touch. You're offering to testify, to expose not just Contessa's blackmail operation, but the legitimate corruption that made her targets vulnerable in the first place. I am, with the understanding that I'll face consequences for my own complicity. I don't seek forgiveness or lenience. I seek the opportunity to help create something better from the wreckage. Barbarigo's expression was earnest, almost desperate. Venice has survived for 1,500 years because it understands transformation. The city itself is constantly changing, wood pilings rotting and being replaced, buildings sinking and being rebuilt, the lagoon's very shape shifting with centuries. We can transform this scandal into genuine reform, but only if we're willing to expose all the truth, not just the convenient parts. Watson glanced at Holmes, trying to read his friend's thoughts in the darkness. This was the sort of decision that required both logic and intuition, determining whether Barbarigo's apparent sincerity was genuine or simply another mask, another layer of deception designed to control the coming revelations. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, processing variables and probabilities Watson could only guess at. Finally he nodded once, decisively. "Very well, tomorrow morning you'll accompany us to the British consulate. Sir Reginald will present his evidence against the Contessa. You'll provide your testimony and documentation, and will ensure the proper authorities, both Venetian and international, receive complete information about all aspects of this matter." "Thank you," Barbarigo said quietly, relief evident in the relaxation of shoulders that had been tense for violence or rejection. "I know this doesn't absolve me. The people I helped blackmail, the careers I helped destroy, even if many of them deserved consequences, I participated in cruelty and called it justice. That stain doesn't wash away simply because I've decided to confess." "No," Holmes agreed. "But recognizing one's moral failures is the first step toward whatever redemption might be possible. The second step is accepting consequences. The third is working to prevent others from making the same mistakes." He gestured toward the Campo's exit. "Come, let's return to more populated areas. If the Contessa realizes you've decided to testify against her, tonight becomes considerably more dangerous for all of us." They moved through Venice's darkness with new purpose, Barbarigo leading them along routes that avoided major canals and busy streets, taking advantage of his intimate knowledge of the city's geography. They passed through Campos, where late carnival celebrations continued. Smaller, more local gatherings, where neighbourhood residents danced to accordion music and shared wine with the casual generosity of those who'd known each other for generations. Past churches where evening services had concluded, leaving only candles burning before icons and the lingering scent of incense. Over bridges where water below reflected nothing but darkness, the canals transformed into liquid night. It was approaching 2 a.m. when they reached their lodgings, finding Signora Rossellini still awake, not waiting for them specifically, but engaged in the small domestic tasks that filled a widow's nighttime hours. She took one look at their faces and Barbarigo's aristocratic bearing, and immediately produced wine and bread without asking questions, the universal Italian response to late-night visitors who clearly carried heavy news. They gathered in Holmes and Watson's sitting room, where maps and notes still covered the table from morning's planning. Barbarigo examined Sir Reginald's schedule that they'd recovered from the Hotel Danieli, nodding with recognition at various notations. "The meeting with Monsieur at Café Florian," he said, pointing to that entry. "That was me. M for the Medici family motto I'd mentioned during one of our encrypted correspondences. I gave him copies of Contessa's financial records, showing payments to photographers and payments from blackmail victims. He needed that documentation to establish the money trail. Holmes poured wine for all of them, the domestic gesture somehow grounding after the evening's revelations and tensions. "Tell me about Contessa's husband, Count Contarini. Sir Reginald believes she arranged his death, but what actually happened?" Barbarigo's expression darkened. Count Contarini discovered his wife's early blackmail schemes. This was before the operation became systematic, when she was still experimental, testing methods. He confronted her privately, threatening to expose everything. She panicked, I think, or perhaps calculated quickly that his death would solve multiple problems simultaneously. During that year's masquerade, he fell from the palazzo's upper gallery onto the marble floor below. Multiple witnesses, all masked, all providing conflicting accounts. Some said he jumped, some said he fell, some claimed they saw someone push him. The investigation concluded accidental death complicated by alcohol and carnival chaos. "But you believe differently," Watson said. "I know differently. Contessa told me years later, when we'd both had too much wine, and she was feeling philosophical about consequences and power. She didn't push him directly. That would have been too obvious. But she ensured he'd drunk heavily, ensured he'd be near the gallery's edge, ensured that in a room full of masked people someone would jostle him at precisely the wrong moment. The push came from a hired actor who disappeared into the crowd immediately after. Untraceable, unprovable, perfect in its deniability. The room fell silent except for the eternal whisper of water against stone outside. Watson felt the weight of these revelations, not just the blackmail scheme itself, but the casual murder that had initiated it, the years of calculated cruelty disguised as justice, the corruption of idealism into something monstrous. "Tomorrow," Holmes said finally, his voice cutting through the silence with characteristic precision, "we end this. Sir Reginald presents his evidence, Count Barbarigo provides corroborating testimony, and the various authorities begin the process of untangling 5 years of systematic blackmail and corruption. It won't be clean. These things never are. Innocent people will be caught in the exposure. Guilty people will likely escape consequences through wealth or influence. But it will be justice of a sort, the imperfect kind that's all humans ever truly achieve." Barbarigo nodded slowly. "And the Contessa? What happened to her?" "She'll be arrested, tried, convicted if the evidence holds, which it will. She'll spend the remainder of her life in prison, her fortune seized to compensate victims where possible, her name becoming synonymous with betrayal of Venetian hospitality and the perversion of Carnival's traditions." Holmes met Barbarigo's eyes directly. "And you? Similar consequences, though perhaps somewhat reduced given your cooperation, and the possibility that a judge might consider your initial victimhood as a mitigating factor." "I don't seek mitigation. I did terrible things, regardless of how they began." Barbarigo stood, preparing to depart. "But I appreciate the honesty, and I appreciate being allowed to help set things right, even if only partially." They arranged to meet at the British consulate at 9 the following morning, early enough to present evidence before news of the revelation spread through Venice's efficient gossip networks. Barbarigo departed into the darkness, and Watson watched from the window as the Count's figure disappeared into a calle, becoming just another shadow among Venice's endless shadows. "Do you believe him?" Watson asked quietly. "That he's genuinely repentant, genuinely wants to help rather than simply protecting himself?" Holmes came to stand beside him, both of them looking out at Venice's sleeping darkness. "I believe he's tired. That much was evident. Whether his tiredness has transformed into genuine moral clarity or simply exhaustion with maintaining deception," he shrugged, "we'll discover tomorrow. If he appears at the consulate as promised, provides the testimony and documentation he's offered, then perhaps his redemption is real. If he vanishes," warns the Contessa, "attempts to sabotage the revelations, then we'll know he was simply wearing another mask, playing another role in Venice's endless theatre." They remained at the window as the deepest part of night settled over the city, the hours between Carnival's end and dawn's beginning, when even Venice grew quiet and the only sounds were water and wind and the occasional church bell marking time's passage. Somewhere across the dark lagoon, Sir Reginald Ashworth slept, or didn't sleep, in his monastery refuge, his evidence organised and his narrative prepared. Somewhere in her pink palazzo, the Contessa, Juliana perhaps dreamed of revenge achieved or worried about exposure approaching. And somewhere in Venice's labyrinth, Count Alessandro Barbarigo moved through darkness carrying the weight of his choices and the uncertain hope of redemption. Tomorrow would bring revelation, consequences, the removal of masks both literal and metaphorical. But tonight there was only waiting, and the strange peace that came from knowing the game was nearly finished, that truth would emerge regardless of who wished it hidden. That justice, imperfect and human and flawed, would at least be attempted. Watson turned from the window finally, exhaustion claiming him, and found his bed with the grateful relief of someone who'd carried tension too long. Holmes remained standing, watching Venice through glass, his profile sharp against the darkness, his mind no doubt still working through possibilities and contingencies, and the 1,000 variables that lived in the space between intention and outcome. Outside, Venice breathed its ancient breath, and somewhere in the city's depths, Carnival continued its last hours, beautiful and doomed and eternal as the water that gave the city life and would someday claim it entirely. But that was for future centuries to witness. For now, there was only tomorrow's reckoning, approaching with the inevitability of tide and time and truth that could wear masks but never truly hide. Morning arrived in Venice with unexpected clarity. The rain had passed during the night, leaving the city washed clean and gleaming under the February sun that held genuine warmth despite the season. Watson woke to light streaming through his window with almost aggressive cheerfulness, as if the weather itself had decided that today required visibility, honesty, the kind of illumination that made shadows impossible and secrets difficult to maintain. The bells began their morning conversations as he dressed, church after church adding their voices until the air vibrated with bronze and devotion, calling the faithful to Mass and announcing to everyone else that Venice had survived another night and was prepared to face whatever the day demanded. Through his window, he could see the small canal below transformed by sunlight into something almost jewel-like, the water's green depths visible rather than concealed, a gondola passing with its occupants clearly visible rather than reduced to silhouettes. Holmes was already awake, naturally, seated at the table with coffee and the morning's newspapers, Italian publications whose headlines Watson couldn't read, but whose photographs suggested carnival celebrations continuing despite the dawn, masked revellers stumbling home, the beautiful exhaustion of a city that had danced through darkness and emerged into light still wearing its costumes. Barbarigo sent a message an hour ago, Holmes said without preamble, sliding a folded note across the table. He'll meet us at the consulate as arranged, and Sir Reginald sent. Word via Brother Thomas that he departed San Francesco before dawn. He's already at the consulate with his evidence, preparing his formal statement. Watson unfolded the note, reading Barbarigo's neat handwriting. I keep my promises, even when keeping them costs everything. See you at 9. A.B. They departed their lodging shortly after 8, Signora Rossellini providing a breakfast of bread and cheese wrapped in cloth for eating while walking, her maternal instincts apparently activated by the tension she sensed in her guests. She asked no questions but touched Watson's arm as they left, a gesture that conveyed understanding and something that might have been a blessing, or simply the universal hope that good people would prevail over bad circumstances. The walk to the British consulate took them through Venice in morning light that revealed details darkness had concealed. The way water stains climbed palazzo walls like slow-growing vines, the actual colours of buildings that night rendered monochrome, the faces of people going about ordinary business amid Carnival's extraordinary theatre. Bakers were opening shops, releasing smells of fresh bread that made Watson's stomach rumble despite breakfast. Street cleaners worked to remove the previous night's debris, broken masks, empty wine bottles, streamers and confetti that had seemed magical at midnight, but appeared merely sad in the morning's honest light. The British consulate occupied 3 floors of a respectable building near the Rialto Bridge, its entrance marked by the Union Jack hanging limp in the still morning air, and a brass plaque announcing British territorial authority in tasteful understatement. They were expected. A clerk met them in the foyer with the nervous efficiency of someone whose routine had been disrupted by matters considerably above his usual responsibilities. Sir Reginald Ashworth waited in the consul's private office, looking considerably more haggard than he had yesterday at the monastery. Apparently the night had been sleepless, spent reviewing evidence and preparing testimony. The consul himself was a florid man in his 60s named Sir Edmund Hartley, whose expression suggested he'd have preferred retirement to dealing with diplomatic scandals involving blackmail, murder, and systematic corruption. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Sir Edmund greeted them with formal courtesy that barely concealed anxiety. Sir Reginald has been explaining the situation. I confess, if half of what he's described proves accurate, we're dealing with a scandal that could affect diplomatic relations across Europe for years. The Foreign Office is sending a senior investigator from London, but he won't arrive for several days. In the meantime, we must coordinate with Venetian authorities while preventing panic or premature disclosure that might allow guilty parties to flee. Barbarigo arrived precisely at 9, escorted by the same nervous clerk, carrying a leather document case that presumably held the evidence he'd promised. He looked exhausted, shadows under his eyes suggesting his night had been no more restful than Sir Reginald's, but his bearing remained dignified, aristocratic, the posture of someone who'd decided that if consequences were inevitable, he'd face them standing straight. The morning that followed was a masterclass in bureaucratic procedure applied to extraordinary circumstances. Statements were taken, evidence was catalogued, documents were reviewed and cross-referenced with meticulous attention to detail. Holmes provided his observations from the Masquerade, Watson contributed his medical perspective on the Count's supposed accidental death, and Sir Reginald and Barbarigo gave exhaustive testimony about the blackmail operation's mechanics, The photographers, the hired actors, the carefully constructed scenarios, the systematic exploitation of Carnival's anonymity. By noon, Venetian police had been summoned, specifically Questura's senior investigator, a sharp-eyed man named Commissario Vittorio Agnelli, who listened to the evidence with the patient attention of someone who'd spent decades separating truth from elaborate lies. He asked pointed questions in excellent English, took extensive notes, and finally pronounced that the case warranted immediate action. "The Contessa Giuliana will be arrested this afternoon," he said, his tone suggesting this was personally distasteful. Arresting Venetian nobility always created complications, but necessary. "Count Barbarigo, you will remain in the city and available for further questioning. Your cooperation is noted and will be communicated to the magistrate when charges are formally filed. Sir Reginald, your diplomatic status complicates matters legally, but your evidence is crucial and appreciated." What followed was anticlimactic in the way real justice often was. No dramatic confrontations, no theatrical revelations, just policemen conducting arrests with professional efficiency. Contessa was taken into custody at Palazzo Contarini without resistance, her golden mask reportedly still sitting on her dressing table, where she'd left it after last night's final appearance. The photographers and actors who'd facilitated the blackmail schemes were rounded up over subsequent hours. Financial records were seized, letters were confiscated, the entire apparatus of 5 years of systematic corruption was dismantled with the methodical thoroughness of bureaucracy functioning as intended. Watson and Holmes watched much of this unfold from the consulate's windows, observing Venice's official machinery process scandal into something manageable, containable, suitable for reports and legal proceedings. It was necessary work, important work, but somehow less satisfying than the investigation itself. The puzzle solved felt more meaningful than the consequences enacted. By late afternoon, their presence was no longer required. Sir Edmund thanked them profusely, promised that the Foreign Office would be informed of their invaluable assistance, and suggested that perhaps they might enjoy the remainder of Carnival season now that their work was complete. Holmes declined politely. Venice had revealed its secrets, and staying longer would simply mean watching the aftermath, which held limited interest for someone whose passion was the chase rather than the conclusion. They returned to their lodgings to find Signora Rossellini already packing their belongings with the prescient efficiency of landladies who'd housed enough transient guests to recognise departure preparations before they were announced. She accepted their thanks and payment with equal grace, adding a bottle of Venetian wine to their luggage for the journey, for remembering Venice by, for understanding that every city has shadows, but not every shadow is worth fearing. The evening they spent walking, not investigating, not observing, just experiencing Venice as tourists finally freed to be tourists. They watched the sunset from the Accademia Bridge, where the Grand Canal curved away in both directions and the light turned everything golden and forgiving. They ate dinner at a small osteria in Cannaregio where the proprietor spoke no English, and the menu was whatever had been fresh at market that morning, served with house wine and the casual warmth of strangers welcomed into something almost familial. The carnival continued around them, but Watson found himself watching it differently now, seeing not just the masks and costumes but the people beneath, the ordinary Venetians celebrating tradition while conducting their regular lives, the visitors seeking transformation or escape, or simply beautiful experiences to carry home. The mystery had been solved, the criminals would face justice, but the carnival itself continued because it had always continued, surviving scandals and centuries with equal indifference. They departed Venice the following morning on an early train, leaving behind a city that was already incorporating their investigation into its vast collection of stories, one more drama to be told and retold, embellished and eventually mythologized, until truth became indistinguishable from legend. The journey back through Italy felt different than the arrival. Watson saw the landscape with eyes adjusted to beauty rather than urgency, noticing details that had been invisible when they'd been rushing toward mystery. The Alps rose before them gradually, the train climbing toward passes where snow still clung to peaks despite February's advancing warmth. Holmes dozed or pretended to, his long frame folded into the compartment seat, with that particular grace he managed even in sleep. Watson watched mountains slide past the window and found himself thinking about masks. Not the carnival kind, but the metaphorical ones everyone wore constantly, the faces presented to the world versus the truth kept private. The Contessa had worn her golden mask as a symbol and weapon, hiding behind it while claiming it announced her identity. Sir Reginald had worn duplicates to stage his own disappearance, using disguise as a tool rather than concealment. Barbarigo had worn respectability while facilitating blackmail, his aristocracy bearing the perfect camouflage for moral compromise. And Holmes, Watson reflected, wore his own masks constantly. The aloof detective, the brilliant intellect, the man allegedly immune to ordinary human emotion, while being fundamentally more human and more caring than he'd ever admit. They crossed into France as afternoon declined toward evening, the mountains giving way to gentler hills, and then to flatlands where farms stretched toward horizons and villages clustered around church steeples that could have been siblings to Venice's campaniles. Customs officers barely glanced at their documents. Two British gentlemen returning from holiday carried no suspicion, no suggestion of the scandal they'd helped expose or the lives they'd helped unravel. By the time they reached Paris for their connection to Calais, Watson felt the investigation settling into memory rather than immediate experience, the way cases always did eventually, transforming from lived reality into stories that would be written up and filed away. He thought about how he'd tell this one, what details would matter to readers, and what would be too complex or too painful to include fully. Contessa's husband's death would feature prominently, as would Sir Reginald's clever disappearance. But Barbarigo's weary repentance, his exhausted surrender to consequences that felt too personal, too real to be reduced to narrative entertainment. The Channel crossing was rough. February storms made the water choppy and turned the ferry into a bucking, unpleasant experience that had Watson gripping the rail and wishing for solid ground. Holmes seemed unaffected, standing at the bow watching England approach through spray and wind with the focused attention of someone cataloguing geography for future reference. Dover's white cliffs emerged from grey water like a promise kept, and Watson felt something unclench in his chest that he hadn't realised was tense. Home, not that Venice hadn't been beautiful, not that the investigation hadn't been engaging, but there was something about English soil, English weather, the familiar discomfort of home that felt essential after weeks of foreign beauty and deception. The train from Dover to London carried them through countryside Watson had seen countless times, Kent's hop fields and orchards, suburban sprawl as they approached the capital, finally London itself rising around them with its smoke and noise and the particular chaos that made Venice's orderly beauty seem almost artificial in retrospect. They arrived at Victoria Station as evening claimed the city, gas lamps flickering to life along streets still busy with commerce and commuting, the vast machinery of empire grinding on, regardless of diplomatic scandals in distant cities. Baker Street welcomed them with Mrs. Hudson's fussing and the familiar smell of home, coal smoke and old books, tea that had steeped too long, the indefinable scent of rooms lived in long enough to absorb their occupants' essences. Holmes immediately scattered his notes across the table, beginning the process of organising the case for his files, but Watson found himself drawn to the window, looking out at London's fog rolling in with the evening, wrapping the city in grey obscurity that was somehow comforting after Venice's crystalline beauty. "You're thinking about masks," Holmes said without looking up from his notes. That uncanny ability to read Watson's thoughts, operating even after travel exhaustion. About how everyone wears them, how deception is universal, how distinguishing performance from authenticity becomes impossible in any social context. Something like that, Watson admitted. The Contessa used Carnival's traditions to justify systematic cruelty. But in a way, don't we all use social conventions as masks? Present carefully constructed versions of ourselves, hiding convenient truths, perform roles rather than reveal authentic selves. Holmes set down his pen, considering the question with genuine attention. The difference lies in intent and consequence. We all curate our public presentations, yes, that's simply social functioning, the lubricant that allows human interaction without constant friction. But the Contessa weaponized that universal practice, transforming social performance into exploitation. Her mask wasn't protection or politeness. It was camouflage for predation. And Barbarigo? Watson asked. His mask was forced on him initially, but he chose to keep wearing it, choosing to participate in schemes he knew were wrong. Does his eventual honesty redeem those choices? Redemption is theological territory, rather outside my expertise. Holmes smiled slightly. But practically speaking, he chose to stop wearing the mask, to face consequences, to help prevent future harm. That doesn't erase past actions, but it matters. It has to matter, or the concept of moral growth becomes meaningless. They fell silent, and Watson listened to London breathing around them. The distant rumble of traffic, voices carrying from the street below, the eternal ticking of the mantelpiece clock measuring time that continued regardless of human drama or moral complexity. Mrs. Hudson brought dinner, proper English food that lacked Venice's elegance but carried the comfort of familiarity, and they ate while Holmes organised notes and Watson began mentally composing the case's eventual written version. The evening stretched peacefully, Carnival's bright chaos replaced by Baker Street's comfortable routine. Watson found himself thinking about Sir Reginald, who'd chosen to wear masks within masks to expose corruption, using deception to reveal truth, about the monks at San Francesco del Deserto, whose simple lives contained more honesty than Venice's elaborate performances, about Marco the boatman, navigating between worlds with practiced neutrality, seeing everything and judging nothing. "Do you think she believed it?" Watson asked suddenly. "The Contessa, I mean. Do you think she genuinely believed her blackmail schemes were justice rather than revenge? That she was correcting wrongs rather than perpetuating them?" Holmes considered this, his grey eyes reflecting firelight. "I think she believed it initially, that her husband's genuine mistreatment transformed into a righteous mission in her mind. But over time, I suspect she knew she was simply causing pain for pain's sake, that revenge dressed as justice was still just revenge. But by then she'd invested too much, built too elaborate a structure to abandon without admitting years of self-deception. So she continued, wearing her golden mask and telling herself beautiful lies about noble purposes. "We all do that, don't we?" Watson said quietly. "Tell ourselves beautiful lies to justify choices we know are questionable. Wear masks not just for others but for ourselves, performing versions of our own stories that let us sleep at night." "Perhaps," Holmes agreed. "But the difference between self-deception and genuine evil lies in willingness to remove the mask when confronted with truth." The Contessa doubled down when challenged, built more elaborate justifications, hurt more people to protect her constructed narrative. That's where moral failure becomes moral catastrophe, when the mask becomes the face, when performance becomes identity so completely that authentic self no longer exists beneath it. Watson nodded slowly, finding comfort in the analysis even if the underlying questions remained troubling. Outside, London settled into night. Fog thickening, streets emptying, the city transforming into something softer and stranger. Its own kind of masquerade where gas lamps created pools of light in grey obscurity, and everyone became slightly mysterious, slightly unknowable. He thought about writing up the case, about how to balance entertainment with truth, about which details served the narrative and which were too complex or too painful to include, about whether his role as chronicler made him another kind of mask maker, shaping reality into palatable stories that let readers sleep peacefully, while actual complexity remained hidden in nuance too difficult for popular consumption. But that was a worry for another day. Tonight there was firelight and familiar surroundings, the satisfaction of justice served even imperfectly, and the quiet pleasure of being home after travelling through beauty and darkness in equal measure. Holmes returned to his notes with the focused attention he brought to organising chaos into coherent narrative. Watson poured them both whiskey from the decanter on the sideboard, the amber liquid catching light like captured Venetian sunlight. "To masks," Watson said, raising his glass. "To the necessity of sometimes wearing them, the courage required to remove them, and the wisdom to know the difference between protection and deception." Holmes raised his own glass, that slight smile playing at his lips. "And to Carnival, which reminds us annually that everyone performs, everyone deceives, everyone wears beautiful lies. But also beneath the masks, humans remain fundamentally human, capable of cruelty and kindness, deception and honesty, revenge and redemption in measures both recognise and struggle against constantly." They drank, and the whiskey burned pleasantly, warming from inside against February's persistent chill. The fire crackled its commentary, London breathed its familiar breath, and somewhere across the Channel and Alps and northern Italy's plains, Venice continued its eternal carnival. Masks being donned and removed, truth and lies dancing their ancient dance, the city built on water and dreams, and the beautiful acceptance that appearance and reality were always negotiable, always complicated, always worth examining even when examination revealed uncomfortable truths about human nature and the stories people told themselves to justify their choices. Watson set down his glass and reached for his journal, beginning to sketch the case's outline while details remained fresh. The fog that brought the invitation, the arrival in the city of mirrors, the masquerade's elaborate deceptions, the monastery's quiet truths, the final revelations and arrests. It would make a good story, he thought. Perhaps not his best work, but honest enough, true enough, doing justice to the complexity without overwhelming readers who sought entertainment rather than moral philosophy. Holmes played his violin softly, something melancholy and sweet that matched the evening's reflective mood. And outside, London continued being London, vast and foggy and eternally itself, wearing its own masks but somehow more honest than beautiful Venice, accepting its shadows rather than gilding them with carnival gold and calling cruelty justice. The case was complete, the journey was finished. Tomorrow would bring new mysteries, new masks, new opportunities to peer beneath surfaces and discover what people hid from themselves and others. But tonight there was only this: warmth and whiskey, firelight and friendship, the peaceful satisfaction of work well done and home safely reached. Venice would continue its carnival forever, but for two Englishmen in a Baker Street sitting room, the masks had come off at last, and what remained was simply truth. Imperfect, complicated, human, and somehow enough. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting off beneath the quiet glow of Amsterdam, the warm coastal breeze of Mombasa, the gentle night hush of Taipei, or the serene twilight skies of Lisbon. If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle wonder. Let the world grow softer around you. Let your thoughts slow to a whisper. Let your dreams wander into the night like drifting light. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and beautiful world.